Whatever light that slipped in from above has nearly drained away. You're entering the abyssal zone now, and your thoughts darken accordingly. In a windowless room far below, a thing crawls out of its tank. Slick grey skin over limbs too long, webbed hands. And on its back, a blowhole. A being with the strength of a bodybuilder combined with the echolocative powers of a cetacean. They do too. They've been terribly lonely down here. Soon, they'll shamble out of the dark to greet you, flippers outstretched in blubbery welcome. Focus, operant. You're here for the records about Project Autonomia. Get in, get out. There's also the matter of who, or whatever this Miho is, waiting for you all the way down. The air grows cooler and mustier with each level you descend. There are many, many levels still to go. The shelves stand before you, expectant. You stand before an archival shelf. This one is labeled G. Its metal bays overflow with sagging dossiers, loose memos and soft-buckled binders. Your fingers skip across the brittle tabs. You comb through dozens of documents. It is slow, monotonous work. Until... Your index finger instinctively alights on a thick maroon folder. On its cover, a seal dulled to black, and a title, Proyecto Autonomía. Your jaw tightens, your molars grind against each other. Concentric circles, with words curving around the edges. Post-mission report, 77. Old wax flakes under your finger. Hundreds of heavily redacted sheets, an executive summary, various logs, telemetry, personnel files. The rituals of a bureaucratic autopsy. A brief survey of the document aligns with what you know. In 77, Portaferro attempts to launch a manned weather satellite into orbit. However, within minutes. Redacted T+763, redacted. Vehicle, redacted. Crew, redacted loss. Redacted, critical, redacted. A note here indicates that while the explosion was visible from the ground, no sound was heard given the distance. That holds. Nothing would be audible beyond 20 kilometers. The post-flight review suggests critical engineering faults led to the unscheduled dissolution of the spacecraft. No other details. For a moment, you're back in that classroom, staring at a great plume of smoke on a small screen, rising and rising, until the feed abruptly cuts out. The entire crew is marked lost. Their names and positions are included on the next page. 1. Commander Esteban Roque, Flight Operations. 2. Lieutenant Ilya Markov, Payload Oversight. 3. Lieutenant Naira Cilia, Comms and Telemetry. 4. Dr. Juno Avre Straniak, Psychologist and Neurocognition Analyst. One of these things is not like the others. Dr. Straniak's responsibilities are listed as maintaining crew morale, ongoing performance management, and evaluating cognitive stress. Horrifically vague, yet ominous. Here's a thread to pull at. Each sentence reads as if it was rehearsed for an already nodding audience. In the weeks before launch, he conducted multiple psychological evaluations of his fellow crew members, which are included here. The assessments are grouped and associated with each member of the crew. Commander Roque's self-worth tied to performance. Lieutenant Cilia exhibits maternal anxiety pattern and clings to her position as caregiver. While Dr. Straniak has concerns about Markov's dissociative tendencies, he suspects the trait may ultimately be beneficial. According to the remarks, entering sustained, prolonged host reception state during which minimal autobiographical bleed-through is preferable. This isn't any psychology you recognize. It's all esoteric neuroscience and qualia. The clinical care of the descriptions is what chills you. The obsessive attention to each crew member's nuances and weaknesses. Across all three assessments, the language is strikingly consistent. He rates each of his colleagues for narrative identity, perceptual decoupling, and emotional flattening. The doctor circled his last name twice and wrote below it, Grenzen sind Illusionen, alles sich zurück. Boundaries are illusions. Everything looks back. It's the motto of the Polytechnic University of Treffe, one of the most advanced and controversial experimental psychology departments in the world. At the bottom of the page, a note. Additional notes may be found in Appendix D, AZK-11/05-J. Launch sequence begin, T-10 seconds pre-ignition. Systems nominal, T+0 seconds ignition. T+85 seconds max Q passed. Telemetry is steady. T plus 150 seconds, main engine cut off. T plus 155 seconds, stage separation confirmed. T plus 160 seconds, second stage ignition. A jagged cathedral, wreathed in smoke and flames, quivering against a bruised sky. Luminous, immense, doomed. Eyes meet across the cabin, the same terror and wonder reflected as metal screams around them. T plus 243 seconds, readings remain optimal as the vehicle ascends. T plus 260 seconds, redacted. T plus 271 seconds, redacted. Orbital velocity is typically achieved at the 8-minute mark. They weren't even close. T plus 292 seconds, reception lost. End. Discrepancy. What of the timestamp from earlier? It was nested among redactions. But not you. You flip back to the executive summary. There, buried among redactions. Redacted, T plus 763, redacted, redacted. Vehicle, redacted, redacted, redacted. Crew, redacted, redacted, loss. Redacted, 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 critical, redacted. A difference of almost 9 minutes. Tucked in another page's corner, among unlabeled indices and hundreds of references, a table of timestamps. Plus 848 seconds, redacted, redacted, redacted. Plus 1,987 seconds, redacted, 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 redacted. Plus 1 day, 1 hour, 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Redacted, redacted, redacted. And at the bottom of that list, plus 12 days, 21 hours, 53 minutes and 33 seconds. You stare at the sheet, questions swirling. By the final timestamp, a footnote pointing to a document. See SUP housekeeping and transmission storage. HKT-04/17-E. It must be here somewhere. You go over what feels like every folder on the shelf. Nothing matches the reference ID. The other shelves around you seem to lean in, as if expectant. You let the old shelf be. You approach 2 large archival shelving units labeled B and C. Pressed close together, they sit on recessed rails. According to these labels, shelving unit B consists of additional appendices, while shelving unit C is devoted to housekeeping and transmission. Here you go. This is where the old spy's reference ID pointed you. The exposed side of shelving unit C is nearly empty. Just a few emaciated folders and spiral-bound reports. If what you're looking for is still down here, it must be on the other side. They're too close together. You shine your flashlight beam into the narrow gap between them, but all you can make out are rows and rows of angular silhouettes, full of untouched materials. No joy. The old metal groans, but does not budge. You run your hand along the darkened gap and discover a small metal latch linking the 2 units together. You disengage the lock on this shelf. The old shelving unit groans like a wounded bovine, but still refuses to budge. There must be another latch on the opposite side. The job's only half done. The control panel hums in the corner, low and constant. You approach shelves B and C once more. The exposed side of if what you're looking for is still down here. No joy. The old metal groans. The exposed if what you're looking for, they're too close together. Full of no joy. The control panel. An old control unit is bolted to the wall. Below the screen, faded block text is etched into a steel strip. DN 500, Archive Retrieval Unit. This is a retrieval unit, standard issue in high-density archives. The button should let you operate the shelves. Motors grind awake, and the shelves begin to move, together. The two shelves settle. The control panel blinks green. Are they attached somehow? Might be worth taking a look. The archival shelf lurches to the left, pulling its partner with it. The shelves come to a stop, still attached. One seems to be pulling the other. The screen keeps blinking, indifferent. You approach shelves B and C once more. The control panel. You approach the exposed. If what you're looking for is still down, no joy. The control panel. You face shelf G. You let the old shelf. You step up to the archival unit once more. Motors grind. Right, the locking. Now that the shelves have been moved, you can see what's on the other side of shelving Unit B. Hundreds more documents, haphazardly arranged. You also notice the steel beam connecting this shelf to its partner. It vanishes into one of the lower trays. You point your beam at the suspicious shape, lurking above you. A drinking cup, shaped like a cartoon wolf. The wolf looks at you, silent, expectant. The wolf's rainbow mane flares out behind her. A spiked bat is strapped to her back. 2 words printed on the cup. Stubborn wolf. The wolf smirks. You put Stubborn Wolf away and turn back towards the archives. Behind a jumble of papers, you find the other end of the anti-tipping latch keeping the shelves attached. And with a simple flick, the latch comes undone. The reference code you found in the post-mission summary leads you to a thick grey binder. Inside are schematics, data sheets, and a crew manifest. And nestled among these, you find a copy of Dr. Straniak's personal notes. The exterior schematics detail each face of the satellite, marking thruster locations, antenna mounts, and radiator fins. The interior is split into modules. Narrow passageways snake between crew berths, laboratory, storage, and an unlabeled room. These are padded compartments stacked along the bulkheads. Each has its own locker and was optimized for personal space. The laboratory module shows benches, storage, and diagnostic consoles, arranged in precise order. A single massive viewport dominates one wall, Small fixtures around the room suggest seated arrangements. Each member of the crew was allotted 1.5 kilograms for their personal preference kit. Commander Roque's kit contains a visor for his beloved Pelota squad Recracion. Lieutenant Celia appears to have brought pictures of her boyfriend and 2 children from a previous marriage, as well as her oboe. Lieutenant Markov's kit includes an instant camera, as well as a board game. Specifically, Grains and Gallows, a grim tale unfolding in 2 acts, according to the description. At first, a cooperative ballet of rationing and survival during a series of famines. By the mid-game, alliances fracture, and players sell each other out to protect their dwindling supplies. The game ends when only one player remains. One of the game's key selling points is highlighted. Players may sell their opponent's children to nobles. His preference kit contains only 2 books. The titles sound vaguely medical: Somnia Regula, Principles of Lucid Induction, and Neural Plasticity in Hypnagogic States. Beyond the standard mission fare, there is a long list of controlled substances, primarily stimulants, dissociatives, and hallucinogens. The list is very clear about these being controlled substances. It's in bold. The manifest includes psilocybin, various opioids, lysergic acid diethylamide, diazepam, and olivin-free. At low doses, it's a compliance inducer. At high doses, it's a sanity ender. One last note: all the controlled substances are designated as mission critical. A few pages contain fragments of sentences, ramblings, and musings. Natural emission or directed transmission, both remain possible. If the signal resembles distress, it may be because intelligences naturally broadcast pain, not information. Possible, suffering organizes itself differently. What good is a message where no words exist? No, the mission is not contact. It is surrender to pattern, a great resignation to being read, as much as reading. No malfunction, only bandwidth expansion and fine-tuning. Detaching sensory anchoring allows endogenous signal amplification, partial decoupling from local realities to privileged remote hosting. It is a welcome. As you flip through the notes, you notice a series of entries you missed before. It appears to be some kind of pre-mission schedule. Stars are not discrete objects. They are nodes in a flux. Signal is not sent. It circulates. We do not intercept. We enter a stream of modulation. Reframed as such, noise is not presence, merely a raw vector of universal being. A cry is structured excess, desire leaking, recognized only as categorization, yet indifferent to it. This entry consists of a single line. The self is the limiting factor. Selfhood, once necessary for survival, has proven lethal to reception. Days and time slots, spanning 3 months, guided meditation sessions, debriefs, sleep rotations, and the largest recurring blockout, remote host windows. Next to the schedule, calculations, and the names of stars. All the great named ones: Altair, Canopus, Capella, Sirius, Aldebaran, Rigil, Deneb. That one's there too, though there's no mention of its sexual orientation. Below the star names, a single sentence is circled. You've seen it before. Grenzen sind Illusionen, alles sieht zurück. You return the binder to its storage tray. You take up the mouldering grey binder once more. You return the binder to its storage tray. You turn away from the shelves.
Cascade, you can see me?
Your former double gazes at you, stooped and slightly twisted. Of them all, he was the one you least expected to ever see again.
Okay, you can definitely see me. That's less than ideal. You could have been anyone. I've put a lot of time into psychogenic translucency. Yet another attempted dismantling by they. Predictable.
He takes you in with a blank expression. Deceptively blank. Just behind, his perfect memory ticks and whirs like ancient clockwork.
Thanks for enduring the stares. I'm aware they're significant. I'm glad my facts reached you. I assume you destroyed it post-reading? The document tastes better when it's extra sensitive. No, I'm Holocene. Miho is a concept. I suppose you could say I'm a representative of Miho. Through cognitively enhanced stagecraft.
The dark arts of the opera's Remembrancer division, much storied, often unsuccessful. Your former double stares blankly at you.
I'm telepathically communicating the specifics to you right now, Cascade. Seems like you have some mind improvement to do. I forget nothing. Come on, Cascade. Operational security.
Holocene is already a cryptonym.
Conceptually secure. Functionally fraught. We should get to it. The dreaming glass is already mid-tilt. It's good to see you, by the way.
A brief grin irradiates his pale face.
While.
There is a new mutedness to him, and new shadows too.
It's just a short-term arrangement. Joylessly. This. I had to escape the Weeping Eye's blast radius, so I reckoned with our dismantling by going silo-solo.
A ghost in the system.
I tried. That telephonic arch-narc gave me radio silence in return.
Whoa, 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 easy. That nickname is offensive and unapproved.
You'd have to ask her, and then assume the opposite of whatever she tells you. Abortive dreams of space conquest. That's about it. But all entry points are monitored, if that's what you mean. I have the description of every individual who has made it down here since my arrival. A composite of adventurous teenagers, the occasional vagrant seeking shelter from the cold, only to find himself more cold. The only regular is the cardiovascular grandpa, who tries to stave off a fear of death by running up and down the stairs. I'm sure it doesn't help. I also considered suicide, but, you know, the sixth type of ambiguity is my least favorite.
Sixth type. Something really, 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 really ambiguous.
A statement signifies nothing, which forces the reader to invent their own meaning, likely at odds with the author's intent, if indeed intent was present in the first place. It is very good to see you, Cascade. Much too busy getting in.
His skin has the color and consistency of chalk.
Why? How long has it been since the fallout? 6 months?
His infallible recall must distort time. With every memory the same weight, they become the unit of measurement. And down here, he's not making many new ones.
5 years. I could have disinformed an entire state security service in that time. Look around you, Cascade. Not many catch-ups going on 200 feet sub-terra. Alive? I assumed he would have killed himself by now, given his condition. Highly suspicious that he hasn't. Siding with the enemy. Inevitable for someone like her. I can only imagine she's also gone full war crime denier. I can. I always thought Estog carried an undercurrent of primal sexuality within her. Barely domesticated. Irresistible to some. I was always able to control myself, of course. Far be it from me to lose my mind over an erotically charged older woman, especially a fellow colleague. An asset, no less. Interesting persona. And in its own way, appropriate. Or maybe that's what he wants you to think. He's a cop, so inherently untrustworthy by nature. You may recall I objected to bringing a cop on board in the first place. Torture. Unfortunate and concerning. What I'm hearing is that she should now be considered a potential enemy asset. She's young, Cascade, and malleable. You always were too naive when it came to Kindred. That is quite the something, yes. The specifics are irrelevant. You've been sniffing the opera's glue again, Cascade. They've got you on a new assignment already. I can practically smell your singed ion channels. And you didn't think to question this. I apologize for being dismissive yet accurate. Why have you accepted this almost certainly doom-sealed assignment from the Operant Bureau? Good luck with that one, Cascade. The cosmic point. My own loyalty to the Opera is irretrievable. I wrote a thesis on this exact subject, actually. You should read it.
He rummages briefly, then produces a formidable stack of jaundiced paper, the size of a small cat's coffin.
It has 3.
And he can't wait to tell you.
Opera Furiosa, a close reading of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions, or Strewn in Constellation, Second Thoughts on the Collective Frontier. The third title is cipher encrypted. Don't worry, the rest is plain text. As you've probably gathered from its aura, this is a thermobaric-grade explosive document. Do not let it fall into the hands of its very subject. I don't care for meta-texts. Whatever gave you that idea? "862 pages of beclowning. True, I will never again work for the Opera, but I would be open to an interdepartmental collaboration between the Opera and Miho. I don't know, Cascade. You tell me. All I have is some critical information to hand that you have yet to ask me about. Monaxial intelligence and hermetic operations.
Your former double stares at you and lifts his eyebrows slightly. A long time passes.
It's an acronym? Very good. No. Maybe. In this case, it refers to a single axis, singular of both thought and world. Miho is a brand new counterintelligence agency, one devoted to the pursuit of absolute reality through supracognitive espionage. I know what you're thinking.
16 years old, physical education class. Mia Holloway climbing the rope ladder directly above you. Panties, constellation pattern, eking loose from sweat-damp gym shorts. Malia, bust size, mystery.
What I mean is, you probably think I've had some kind of mental break, but I haven't.
He's taking this seriously. You should too.
Really? I thought... Anyway, yes, great. From the Operant Bureau's grimoire. Advanced is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. They should drop that, and maybe drop the cognitive part too while they're at it. I mean, come on, Cascade, it's the opera. But sure, do tell. I presume you mean you blended in? Not that you engaged full invisibility? Nice. Good for you, Cascade. I suppose I am forced to take you at your word. Fellow traveler. One of the oldest in the book. And? Did you crush the enemy?
What is this? Arrête. Get off me.
The Remembrancers send their regards.
Snagged on a memory. A pleasant one.
Miho will certainly take it into account. Miho is all ears for intra-agency secrets. Miho will certainly take it into account. You are speaking with its director, yes. Due to security and communication concerns, Miho's director is also its sole representative.
A one-man intelligence agency. Typical Remembrancer histrionics.
Just me. For now. It's a practicality. How do you mean? Well, to be honest, Cascade, Miho's development, while advanced, has stalled somewhat. But maybe that's why you've appeared. The H stands for hermetic, as I said. Also, I do not recognize Herschel as a standalone entity. I concur. Information critical. I've discovered who betrayed our whole sick crew.
You hear his words, then unhear them. Old wounds split open within your mind. Are you between crosshairs? What have you missed? What has the other not missed? And the last question, always the last. How much of the world is in on it?
I haven't been down here for all this time playing cosmonaut, Cascade.
Such crucial information should have been conveyed directly to the Operant Bureau. Something is out of step. Absolute conviction behind his words. This is no bluff or bait.
I'm eager to delve into the specifics of who turned us to searing dust, but can't commence an intra-agency collab without defined terms. Please make them quick and vague. I concur. By and large, I'm still a subscriber, but far from a true believer. I saw something in it once. It had a glow. Then it lost it somewhere along the way. The end of history. Yes, I'm familiar. That makes sense to me now, for what it's worth. History is not a linear march of fastidiously checked events. It is a fiction, edited and spliced by quick hands in back rooms. Better to end it. Roll credits, then smash the projector. Because we're spies. We can't change anything anyway.
Afflicted by that odd loneliness that comes from seeing and knowing a lot that you can't do much about.
I was let in unawares, seduced by communist hermeneutics. Let me put it like this. I wouldn't be who I am if I hadn't once been a communist. But now that I am who I am, I can never be one again. The administrative floor is right above us, and still accessible. mystifying to me why they didn't send in the entombment crews. Standard decommissioning process for radioactive sites and sensitive locations. I assumed you would have reached the same conclusion. Entombment is a strategy used to isolate facilities. Rather than dismantling and decontaminating, authorities simply bury it under 40,000 tons of geopolymer concrete. Blunt, yet effective. If only we could employ the same tactics on the human mind. Scraps, remnants, me? What are you looking for, Cascade? Meaning you haven't told your controller? Excellent. Still, color me intrigued. Exactly the kind of attitude we'd like to see at Miho. Well played. Excellent idea, Cascade. Miho would assist you in completing the assignment, while you would join Miho as the agency's first special asset, Liminal Class.
A shocking demotion. Rung number 1 on the ladder of being.
I would act as assignment lead for Miho, you would act as assignment lead for the Opera, and therefore assignment lead for the assignment. We will never once speak of our collaboration. I don't.
Your former double looks beyond you and goes completely still for a long moment. A familiar tick, like he's caught a glimpse of an alternate future and can't look back.
Likely the assassination of a major political figure. Lucian, I would venture, one of their photocopied ministers. But I've already said too much.
Is he engaging in advanced cognitive maneuvers right now?
Of course, I have my almost certainly accurate suspicions. Best for both of us if I withhold. There is my proposition. An interdepartmental collaboration. You join Miho as a temporary asset. Miho lends its full force to the Opera.
Read between the logistical acrobatics. He just really wants to work with you again. Not only that, he's gone in for another ride on Hirsch's painted ponies.
For Miho. But thank you, Cascade. This makes me a very excited piece of protoplasm. We're almost set. Of course, we can't kick off collaboration with our base of operations in such a state.
It seems largely fine.
So, here's my first directive, Special Asset. Get cleaning. I did not create the tyranny of hierarchy, Cascade, but I remain oppressed by it.
It's not even messy.
On the contrary, the stakes are sky high, Cascade. And, as usual, we find ourselves parachute in absentia. As I said, impossible to commence operations within the current state of affairs. Oversee. My take is that it's clearly not a conspiracy, just a barely concealed truth.
A nonchalant tone, disguising obsessive amounts of research. Your former double's eyebrows shoot up and stay up for 3 seconds before he wrangles them back down again. Oh yeah, mentally snapshot this He's impressed.
Sounds like a hot find, Cascade. Congratulations. I'd be very careful what you do with that. La Luz will likely want it back. Must be the opera's new motto. Same as the old motto. In your own time, Cascade.
Opera Furiosa, a close read-in of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions. Or, strewn in constellation, second thoughts on the collective frontier. Looming behind the cover page, a dense 800-page slab. Like any serious text, it begins with an epigraph. This is the thing we built while the true visionaries were busy kicking around the future. Chairman Kivy to the Unkurt National Party Congress, seconds before committing suicide by gunshot, year 58. Strong opening hook, tonally ominous. The impenetrable block of text shows no clear way in, no stepping stones towards legibility. Black bars of redactions beset you at all sides.
Numerous lines of inquiry, all of which, however, can be distilled down to a single question. To what can we attribute the Operant Bureau's relative lack of projection power compared to agencies of a similar budget and manpower? Put simply, why is the Opera not mopping the floor with our so-called competition?
The Opera has unofficially been considered the last come, last served among the world's 3 leading intelligence agencies for at least 2 decades. By default, yes, thanks to the sheer landmass of the superblock. You flip a few dozen pages on and pluck out a paragraph that seems relevant.
As though seeking to remake the agency in his own image, under Twichitov's leadership, the Operant Bureau transformed into an onanistic organization. That is, one that exists solely to satisfy its own circular pleasures, chief among which are hunting for flipped assets and excommunicating its most competent operants.
Roger Klaus Twichitov, Director General of the Operant Bureau from 58 until his untimely death in 87.
Opera? More like slopera.
Ruthless critique is one thing, but that's just uncalled for. Mixing metaphors between cannibalism and masturbation, Holocene paints the picture of an operant bureau consuming itself via its obsession with uprooting moles. As for operant excommunications, Holocene is a case in point.
All intrinsic to the self-propagating nature of containment mania. In layman's terms, if the opera were a human being, a psychiatrist would diagnose them as being addicted to self-sabotage, a true master of own goals.
To master the own goal is to master the element of unpredictability.
Internal opacity, even when necessary, devolves into bureaucracy with mathematical certainty. It follows that an agency run by a being such as Twitchitov, a vision-bereft bureaucrat at heart, regardless of assent, would view ever-accumulating clearance levels, recursive encryptions, and sanctioned erasures as signs of progress. Unlike cancer, neurodegenerative disease, and rigor mortis, things that actually progress, they are, in truth and practice, portents of institutional paralysis.
Appendix B, apparently, is wholly dedicated to eviscerating Twitchitov. The text seems genuinely uncertain of what it is more interested in doing, getting to the heart of the opera's problems, or delivering the former director a literary pummeling.
A development whose terminal stage is the adversary within, that is, a psychic limbo in which the operant is forced to treat all information, even, and perhaps especially that which is opera-provided, as de facto malified, an auto-suspicious routine, a territory from which no assurance is powerful enough to rescue anything.
Distrust as a replicating sickness. Holocene is electing to keep secrets from the world, and maybe you, and possibly himself. Why would someone redact something they wrote from themselves? Big thesis, big secrets. You'd have to ask Holocene. It's clearly personal, as well as professional. You land on a chapter titled The Torrent of One, Reflections on Function and Fall. Torrent kind of sounds like. This section, spanning 20-odd pages, drills down, focusing on a single operand. Holocene considers the career, decisions, and strategic patterns of Operant C. Your skin prickles, caused by sudden static.
Over their career, Operant, henceforth known as Operant C, demonstrated an innate faculty for the craft and tremendous capacity for leadership. Accordingly, the Operant Bureau tasked them with setting up a network in...
He wrote a case study about you.
Operant C's talents, regrettably, are only matched by a tremendous capacity for self-sabotage. Obsessive, pattern-questioning tendencies beyond that which is necessary or sensible, though sometimes admirable in their sheer scope. The result, an endless fictionalizing of imagined threats, many of which are conjured in situ. Resulted in Operant C blaming everything, even minor personal failings such as a missed aerotram, on unseen shadow people. It must be noted that none of these aspersions were conclusively proved false. Some even had merit, in this author's opinion. I do not wish to indict a fellow operant, but to cement a larger point, one that affects all operants. The Operant Bureau itself is to blame for what I call professional deformations. This claim does not absolve Operant X as such. One's psyche is their own responsibility ultimately, but it does indicate that the opera can't and won't do the work for you.
The work to care for yourself, even and especially when no one else does.
The ideal agency, one worthy of trust, could amplify competence and care for ailing pathologies. But here, what starts as aptitude or temperament quickly curdles. Let us give the opera credit where due, as it has mastered something after all. Producing the long-term casualties that prop up its own structural monstrosity.
You synthesize what you were able to absorb from 600-odd pages in a few glances. Taking into account its size and manpower, the opera should be a bigger player on the world stage.
The Operant Bureau shuffles along on its rusted treadwheel, shotgun perma-pressed to foot.
If it is not a bigger player, he argues, it is because the agency is trapped in a process of which Holocene's own progressive isolation is a microcosm.
To ask why the Operant Bureau exists at all is to ask the same of the Superblock, and to confront our place within it. A constellation of intents, betrayals, and ideals, the whole of which can never be witnessed. What would a star ever know of its own constellation? Or remember of it, given that most constellations are formed from stars long dead?
It reads like he's mourning. The task is diagnosis, not treatment. Your eyes linger on a phrase from close to the end of the monograph.
Ultimately, the cruel irony of infinite mutual distrust being the fundamental principle on which intelligence agencies are founded should be evident to the intelligent reader.
An endless spiral of mirrors, all facing inwards, none of them reflecting the world. That assumption is part of what he is questioning. It is not trust he is looking for, but a shared ground, some foothold in the undeniable to which he can cling amidst all the lies. The thesis makes no mention of Miho, or what Holocene hopes it will achieve. Let's see how his little novelty agency gets on when it encounters reality. There are no more open seats at the big table. At heart, he is a poet spy. He holds curiosity for the world and its layers, even if it has been deeply corroded by intelligence work. The conclusion spans 40-odd pages, a heavily redacted maze of paragraphs, diagrams, schematics, and footnotes. Its opening lines read,
The opera's failings traced herein are unforgivable. Yet, what of the state that birthed it? What of the individuals that animated?
On paper, Holocene frames this as expanding the scope, not uncommon in scholarly works. A convenient framing, allowing him to foment his own distrust at, apparently, everything.
The People's Republics dream of a kinder world. The opera dreams of revealing it. The operant dreams of dreams. All fantasies in waiting, yet to be given memory.
With that, the thesis ends. It folds shut without protest.
I don't know, Cascade. It still looks a little messy to me. Interesting. Do you intend to detonate it now? I'll take you at your word. It seems you have the upper hand, Cascade. Let's see. This is a directional explosive device from the Operant Bureau. Did they ask you to deliver this to me? Interesting. During the late 50s, the Operant Bureau became obsessed with sound-triggered explosives. This one's directional, intended for assassination, not terrorism. Of course, a rocking little number by the False Midnights, which hit the tippity-top of the charts for 6 weeks in the spring of '59. Ha! The Operant Bureau always did retain a sense of humor. You're still functioning, Cascade. Why not this little guy, too? Directional bombs often do, one way or another. You're welcome, Cascade. Be careful around classic radio stations. You did? I'm sure you have questions. Clown number 1 at the Circus Central. Recall the era we joined the opera. Twitchitov was director, means of ascent unknown. Sometime before I was initiated, I assume he must have done something useful.
You never met Twitchitov, but you were always aware of his presence on some unknowable higher level.
I was conducting internal intelligence on behalf of the Remembrancer Division and followed Twitchitov to a card game with a cabal of other high rankers. One of the wives there bluffed them all 3 times in a row. By the 4th round, Twitchitov's hands were shaking. He was terrified, utterly dismantled. I never forgot that. Or us, as, you know, actual people.
A rumor whispered among the more seasoned remembrancers that Director Twitchitov asphyxiated himself under autoerotic circumstances.
If unfettered rumor is to be believed. He also lost half the opera's center hold files in a different illicit stakes card game earlier that same night. So yes, Cascade, I rag hard on Roger Klaus Twitchitov. About you? I'm not sure what you mean, Cascade. Did you see your cryptonym mentioned, or... Oh yes, the Torrent of One. Reflections on function and fault.
Your former double gazes at you.
I can conjure no response to that question. I believe the chapter you're talking about is deliberately and adequately redacted. And like any good academic-turned-operant, I abide by the redactions. Not everything is about you, Cascade.
Your former double glances up at the ceiling and hums to himself.
You'd have to ask the censors, but I'm almost sure they wouldn't tell you. Please, I'd be delighted to hear your summation, Cascade. Not sure about the metaphor there, Cascade, but yes, pretty much that's what I was going for.
By Holocene's logic, you bear none of the blame for what happened. Everything you did was an expression of institutional logic.
What you know as the Operant Bureau is nothing but a metaphysical conceit. Know this. If there is an opera, there is also an inner opera. I fear I know I might be too. Have another look when you can, Cascade. I think it really starts screaming on the second read. Let's have them. Have another look when you can, Cascade. I think it really starts screaming in your own time, Cascade. I don't know, Cascade. It still looks a little messy to me.
He didn't choose this. If he had his way, he'd be 10 books deep in a dusty library. Someone must have ushered him in.
Of course. Plucked straight out of my college days. I studied modern languages initially, but swiftly, some claimed alarmingly swiftly, pivoted to new criticism in my second term. I soon became involved with the socialist poetry magazine Kleos as a regular contributor. The editor was a woman I admired quite a lot.
There. How it so often goes. The emotional spell cast as ideology.
Gifted. Curious. Persuasive. This editor was a communist, and upfront about it. What she was less upfront about was her covert role as an opera talent scout. She was well-versed in socialist hermeneutics, the literary application of materialism, and I was very young, very malleable, and very keen to close read the world. So eventually I dropped out of college and followed her to the superblock. And slowly, too slowly, realized that communists don't believe the world can or should change. And if you cannot change it, Cascade, then interpreting it holds no meaning.
He skipped over the part where he followed this woman to another country.
Ylvi.
Odd cadence. He hasn't said that name in a long time.
Define thing. Nothing as real as that. I was only interested in intellectual abandon.
His perfect memory is failing him here. Right at this critical moment, he followed his heart and dragged his mind along behind it.
I saw her again once, in Novessa, March '91. Just before we left for Portofino, by coincidence. Although there is, of course, no such thing. She didn't recognize me, and I didn't even bother to correct her. I felt nothing, Cascade, for the world or for the cause.
Or for her.
But I have many happy memories of more idealistic times, and for those, I owe her a lot. In your own time, Cascade.
A dark patch of glistening mold curls out from the base of the far wall. Damp, slightly raised, almost fuzzy, like it's sweating. The mold has a vague and irregular shape, like black splotches of malignancy on an X-ray. Yellow tendrils streak across it. Slime class, if you were to guess. Educated mold guess? Not really. Nothing observable, at least. Nothing that agential. It spreads a little here, shrinks a little there. No mission objective, no controller. Just moisture and time. 1,000 skinny antennas. The tendrils seem to favor seams and stress lines rather than smooth concrete. Solid operant instincts. The denser part sits low, where the floor dips slightly. From there, its growths fan out and up, thinning into forking strands. Tucked into the upper corner, an old ventilation grill, square and rust-rimmed. No condensation, moisture stains or signs of dripping. Not the origin point. You unfocus your eyes and the silo reconfigures itself, not as a monument, but as geometry. Condensation trails along the cable trunk, faint warps across the ceiling panel, load stress from moisture rot, blackening around a bolted vent. Neither rust nor soot. You follow the spread backward, through cinder block and pipe, along maintenance crawl spaces and sealed corridors, beyond human reach. There's a second silo underneath this one now, soft, wet, and dreaming. You turn away from the mold. It quivers as you leave. The mold's tendrils rise. You slide your screwdriver just beneath the edge of the growth. You tip the mold into a nearby container, frail as ash, then pocket the sample. This needs a specialist, or at least someone specialist adjacent. A doctor might be a good first bet. You turn away from the mold. It quivers as you leave. The molds tend... You turn away from... The mold's tendrils run. This is not about cleaning. It is not even about this room. Curtains twitch at the windows. Inside, stacks of dogged dream and memory contaminate each other. You'll need a key. He wants you to find something he cannot give you. It is disguised but not hidden, so probably something like that piece of paper right there. Your former double has busied himself with a loose piece of thread on his dressing gown sleeve. This is not about cleaning. It is not even about this room. It is about that single slip of paper and whatever is written upon it. You turn away from the mold. It quivers as you leave. A silver brick, foil wrapped and creased with factory precision. You recognize its dull sheen and shape instantly. Beneath the word Cosmo Comida, a grinning cosmonaut, one gloved hand giving a thumbs up, the other squeezing purple paste from a tube into their mouth. Produced by a company called Vanguarda 79, it claims to be the food of the future. Technically, yes, due to the violent contractions of space-time. Tossed in the corners, clotted beneath furniture, dozens upon dozens of silver packs, glinting in the half-light. This is not a short-term solution. 5, to be precise, ever since the crew's blowout. You went east, he went south. Your former double glances back at you, pushes his glasses up his face, then turns away. Even though Cosmo Comida claims to be the food of the future, small print on the packet reads, Best by Hebdomus 84, 12 years ago. He's subsisting on these alone. Heat stamped in pale blue, weight, pack date, and manufacturer details. A company called Lockley and Refnor. Precision engineered beyond the coasts, a triumph of international cooperation. He found himself a little world, newly terraformed, all his and no one else's. And now both of you are here, together, standing among the crash site, long after the retrieval crews have given up hope and gone home. There's enough in this box for a month of austere survival. You pocket the freeze-dried rations.
Please, help yourself, Cascade.
A typed page lies upside down in a stack of similarly formatted files. The cover reads, Remote Viewing Testimonial, N28. A fringe psychic art, the ability to view an unseen place or thing via a sense beyond the standard 5. Is this how Holocene located you? At the very least, he is RV curious. Your former double catches your eye, then looks down and pats the floor with his shoe.
Good job, Cascade. Getting the hang of it.
It seems quite compelling. A 56-year-old woman was partnered with a trusted friend as a target selector. She then described the site of a decade-old plane crash in great detail, while her friend was physically present at the location, 2,000 miles away. Unprompted, she also gave specific, accurate descriptions of the aviation accident itself. The testimony is light on cause, but it involved the collision of 3 separate aircraft. 2 passenger airliners and a military jet. Exceeding bank angle, increasing engine noise. Exceeded, not enough. Calm, calm. This is it. Oh, please, God, oh no, I can't see. 16:44:54. End of transcript. It feels like 1,000 eyes are on you as you step back. A file stamped with Miho Internal Report lies on the desk. Below the stamp, a heading, Project Eschaton. In a matter phasing conclusions, the rest of the cover is obliterated by warning labels. Eschaton, a day after the end of time, a final turning of divine machinery.
Exactly what it implies. Solid matter moving through other solid matter by phasing with it on a metadimensional plane. For example, as it pertains to the Miho Zero Hold report you've just discovered, the psychogenic passing of human body through cement wall. Cascade, I asked you to clean up, not compromise the agency. Entirely dependent on your career progression, but after 5 years or so of service, I think things would look promising. What can I say, Cascade? I'm a stickler for the need to know.
The file is dense, tens of pages long. There must have been at least an occurrence of some kind to warrant such a file. You feel Holocene's eyes on your back as you take your time straightening the document. A sheet of thick paper lies on the floor, folded in half and partially covered by shadow. Impossible consonant clusters assault your mind's ear. Milivorskva Osmowar Divish Konadika Fumapov Johela Katjivata Ichpigduverskaz Velurbitsu Xningarnbeck Salas van Wars Convershmere Six Joyam Vakajik Sakfe Vi Sexborg Richigvika Swalvich Korgiti Shevlim Wilv Oetunuvikupitilak Simvajiv Getja Gwumenox Blodiv Schmingum Iloahabje Sikalshivikum Vitagat Huarg bitches Fagadikas Umbloavishkavdevishka Dehavimitifer Whirl Behabijikaku Yuamium Nuxping Vajagaf the Pump. A cipher. Right now? Operant, please. This kind of stagecraft takes application, a methodology. You can't just dash it off. Its secrets will keep. One glance, and you know it is. Almost certainly. You refold the paper and slip it into your pocket.
Well, the room situation is much improved, Cascade. Very clean. Fine job. We must not have been looking at the same room. Oh, yes. I'm afraid I can't elaborate on that right now, but please remind me to elaborate on it later.
Your former double stares blankly at you, as if you never spoke at all.
Cascade. A thorough clean will always turn up expected and completely mundane items.
Your former double rubs his neck nonchalantly and gazes at the ceiling.
I've tolerated the cardiovascular grandpa too long. I should zero him out to fortify operational security. I'm sure you can, Cascade. Now, please, go and practice your stagecraft in more suitable surroundings. Miho believes in you.
The block of aggressively unintelligible text covers the sheet you picked up from Holocene's floor. Through it, a shadow text is threaded, one which may rise to legibility at any moment. The text remains as impossible as you found it. This is an entirely different beast than the Rosetta Cipher pseudopod left you. Trained, yes. Retained, every operant for themselves. An elite art form, a lesson from the old school of espionage, though now sadly half obsolete in the face of ever-improving code-breaking machinery. Strip away the romanticism. Code breaking is about rigor, nothing else. Most ciphers are substitution ciphers, solvable with a single keyword or phrase. If you have it, you're set. If you don't, you need procedures. Bigrams, trigrams, character frequency, index of coincidence analysis, tables, tables, and more tables. You are at home here, in the secret runes of your kind. Your training should hold. More than you can possibly imagine. Certain letters appear a lot more than others in any given language, both alone and in pairs. Knowing which and spotting them as patterns, even when the letters are encrypted, is the most basic tenet of code breaking. Then, code breaker, you are fucked. Index of coincidence, the mother skill of all would-be code crackers. It's a more specific way of measuring randomness than just counting letters. If a keyword has been used to create a polyalphabetic cipher, then comparing indices of coincidence across variously sized samples of letters will tell you how many letters are in the keyword. Because the number of letters in the keyword will be the length of the intervals between identically encoded letters. For example, if a 6-letter keyword has been used, every 6th letter in the code will have been shifted by the same amount. The cipher wants to give up its secrets. It is screaming them at you. You just don't have the ears to hear. Yet. "26 times you move through the document, tallying robotically. A swarm of letters, uncountable. It takes you 7 attempts to count almost every letter. The letters that appear most often are H and T, with 20 occurrences each. Take H as an example. In a text with 291 characters, that's about 7%, which is more than double the number you would expect to get if it were entirely random. 1/26th, or roughly 3%. But also only half the rate at which the most frequent letter, E, appears in the regular alphabet. 2 things. First, it's almost certainly not gibberish. And second, the cipher is somehow masking its character frequency. Ruling out a simple transposition or a fine shift cipher. Probably polyalphabetic. The cipher wavers like a mirage, a madman's shopping list, equal parts banality and wonder. It's divided into 23 blocks, each between 1 and 25 characters long. The median of the chains is 13. 13. Indeed. Can't stop it. Words. No. You're still on medians here. 1, 14, 9, 3, 5. All between 1 and 26. Clearly letters. Good. You begin to pencil down the correspondence of each number. N-I-C-E. T-R. Chills run through you as the letters begin to spell out a plausible message. Nice try, salutations, me-ho. Each standard code-breaking procedure you apply yields only another veil. Steady yourself. You've slipped deeper into the game. You try grouping the numbers together. 1 degree, 41 minutes, 9 seconds. Gibberish. The fact that it starts with a 1-digit number precludes this possibility. The letters spin furtherishly. The text remains as impossible as you found it. Many cryptologists have resigned to the same. It never works. Gauntlet has hit the ground. Cascade is nothing if she is not brute force. Three bigrams appear 3 times: NG, JG, and YX. Combined with your character analysis, this proves that parts of the text, at least, retain their internal structure. You know from counting the letters that it's unlikely to be this simple, but it's worth a shot. No set of 3 letters appears more than once. Dead end. On the page, the letters gibber insanely, crying NG, JG, YX. You begin the laborious task of rewriting the cipher over and over again in spreadsheets with different numbers of columns. 4 columns, 5 columns. The caged letters and numbers proliferate, a bureaucrat's wet dream. A piece of paper and a notebook is all you need to go insane. The rose bore a hole somewhere in the center of your forehead. Four columns, 0.35. Sub-random. 5 columns, 0.4. 6 columns, 0.45. Your attention span buckles and cracks under the strain. 8 columns, 0.67. There's an undeniable spike in coincidences when you arrange the code in sets of 8. You are looking at a polyalphabetic cipher with an 8-letter keyword. 8 letters to be found, 8 numerical displacements, and the cipher is solved. Two parts grunt work, 1 part intuition. Find the key word. Prepare body and mind for hours of fun. The opera have a machine dedicated to this. If you want to capitulate, just take it to your controller and make it her problem. You fold the sheet and put it away. Holocene cipher unfolds its consonant-strangled gibberish. The discs of your internal code-breaking machine gyrate as you try out different pairs of letters for each of the 8 columns. Every once in a while, one clicks into place, and recognizable pairs of letters emerge across the text. Some momentum is gained. Every new discovery facilitates the others. The letters give themselves up one by one, a series of little surrenders. As the bags grew heavy with his blood, he was reminded of a belief he had harbored as a child when upon being told that the human body held 5 pints of blood. He had understood this to mean for your whole life and had grown up with a secret terror of scratches and cuts that he could not believe was not universal. Emphatically not accomplished via meditation. You have transcended to a rarefied realm of language shared by exactly one other person. The beauty of ciphers. It induced a pleasant torpor in him to watch the hoe stiffen as his blood filled it, raising itself like the hackles on a frightened animal. Suddenly, however, he detected a sensation at first unexpected, then terrifying. Counterflow. A portion of his blood was swimming upstream, a swarm of red-black clotted eels trying desperately to remain inside of him. A memory is knocked loose. It's a scene from Holocene's favourite novel, a science fiction offering with elements of horror. It's almost as if Holocene knew you would cross its path. The answer is in the book. The text was only part of the cipher, the meta layer. Or you have fundamentally misjudged the depth and nature of your friend's malaise. Oh look, a fresh rung on the abject mental illness ladder. Down we go. It induced a pleasant torpor in him to watch the hoe stiffen as his blood filled it, raising itself like the hackles on a frightened animal. Suddenly, however, he detected a sensation at first unexpected, then terrifying. Counterflow. A portion of his blood was swimming upstream, a swarm of red-black clotted eels trying desperately to remain inside of him. Eerily familiar now, the text almost recites itself. You put the cipher away with the feeling of having bested a mighty foe. For now, at least. H.S. Lastra's blood-obsessed pulp epic awaits you. The book is 563 pages long, not including Lastra's notoriously indulgent appendix.
Cascade, stop. Don't overthink this. I just did. I can again if you want. Don't overthink this. I'm not. This is just a real-time memory dissociation, conjured from the fringes of cipher-induced mania.
A likely story. More likely. He's viewing you right now.
You don't have to read the book. You just have to read the cipher. And that very particular chapter that the extract is from.
Of course. Reread the cipher, using the book as a new key.
Exactly. A cipher with soul. My kind of communique.
Smart. About what you'd expect from the Pride of the Remembrancer division.
Also, Cascade, this is the easy part. Act accordingly.
291 characters divides into 3, so it's going to be something very simple. Something like...
Yes, Cascade, exactly that. This cipher is now wearing baby shoes. Find the chapter in the novel that the passage of text is from. Then consider the letters in groups of 3, let's say, triads. For each triad, take each letter's numbered position in the alphabet. The first is the page number, the second is the line number, and the third is the letter number. An example. Let's use the last triad of the cipher, MBP.
M is the 13th letter of the alphabet, B the 2nd, P the 16th, 13, 2, 16.
Direct hit. Fuselage in tatters. You are now replete with the requisite mind tools. Time to give this cipher what for.
No response. Your memory conjuration has gone dark. All message conveyed. He has cut the psychic link and stopped remote viewing you. Put them both together. Your former double's carefully placed torches will catch a light. An ancient map to the catacombs of meaning. You look at the cipher and the book next to each other. One short and erratic, the other lengthy and considered. The maelstrom of black markings feels like home now, almost cozy. You skim the book and find the relevant chapter, which turns out to be a particularly bloody scene deep in the Act 5 climax. Then, taking the first letter to be a page number, the second to be a line number, and the third to be a letter number, you begin. The first letter is I. The second letter is B. Onwards, you follow Holocene into the wilderness of his favourite book, the true subtext. Effortless, nothing but grim inevitability and dawning madness now. The first words appear, IBETR. Oh no. Don't think yet, just solve. IB trade crew Miho compromise from within direct or melee FID until extraction. Beware small controller, I'm sorry. I betrayed crew. Miho compromised from within. Director, Malafide until extraction. Beware small controller. I'm sorry. So he claims. Also the cipher claims. Impossible. Pack runner. Close blood. It also doesn't make sense. Carolina was the one who was uncovered in the Emterbatch dream study. But did someone sell out Carolina? That you never discovered. A paragraph from the red folder flashes redder across your mind. Possessing a monstrous intelligence that rests on hallucinatory logical construction. It reads more like a whisper. It must be an important part of the message, to him at least. There is one other form of communication that traditionally ends in apology, a suicide note. You read the words again, then read them backwards for good measure. Your former double's intent is no clearer to you, but definitely more ominous. The answer to that, no doubt, lies at the bottom of the silo. Your eye catches again on the middle sentence. Director Malafide until extraction. Malafide, bad faith. Standard espionage parlance for contaminated, compromised, or treacherous. Unlikely he means a location extraction. Something more internal. The silo awaits. Your former double has some wild ideas he's about to hatch. If they aren't already a bloody mass screaming at existence. return to the shelves. You turn away from... You return to the shelves. And then reality snaps back. The silo hums around you. You turn away from the... You return to the shelf. You turn away... You step up to the archival unit once more. At last, the shelves pull apart from each other. The sound of grinding metal echoes throughout the silo, rising and expanding like the tolling of a great gong. Much louder than you were expecting. The screen keeps blinking, indifferent. You approach the open shelving units. Newly disturbed dust hangs in the air. The shelf is thick with nearly identical records, special plastic binders, meant to contain paper records and disc-based media. Your fingers race across the files, already expert at this. You take a mustard yellow record from the shelves. The reference ID HKT-04/17-E looks back at you. Inside, you find a single sheet of paper is neatly folded and affixed to the disc with a rubber band. The rubber band is brittle and dry. It practically dissolves as you pull the paper free. The text reads, Summary of Contents, Transmissions from Satellite Alta Nemea, 16 Decatur 77. Under additional comments, someone has added, all contact C-17 deck, crew presumed lost, refer inquiries to redacted. So the trail ends here. Its casing is yellow, the disc inside nearly white. It's not like any other you've encountered. Your part in this exchange is done. The null entity had better come through. It will be a relief to get out of this place. happens in milliseconds. A sharp blow to your elbow, the flashlight flying out of your grasp. The inverse flash of sudden blackness. An instant of sheer confusion before the panic can kick in. In an instant, all the air in your lungs evacuates. Only then do you realize something has struck you with great violence. Sinks with a sensation of grim inevitability. You take stock of your situation. It is not good. You are about to discover what happens to people who go silo exploring on their own. No air comes through. Breathless, sightless, caught off guard. You're going to die. Something crawls onto your back and straddles you. Cold, strong limbs begin to palpate your anatomy. Putrid seafood breath, warm on your nape and in your ear. You realize what it is only once it's already on top of you, patting you down and gibbering. The dolphin-human hybrid. The abomination chatters in its obscene language of intermingled clicks and human grunts as it presses its body against yours.
Where is it? Where's the disc?
That sounded very undolphin-like. No one else knows about the disc. How could your attacker be looking for it?
Somewhere here. It has to be. He said it would be.
It's the metal stripper, the one who urged you to come down here. You buck and snarl, but your opponent is stronger than you, and she has your arms pinned to your side with her legs.
Where is...
You feel a tug as she begins to pull something from your pocket. A lightning bolt of pain shoots up the back of your leg as the struggle sets off a cramp. Suddenly, the weight upon you disappears as your opponent dismounts you. She's getting up. After her. You bound to your feet, but immediately crash into some hard object. The footsteps patter away into the darkness. Either she can see in the dark, or she's got every inch of the terrain memorized. You take a quick mental and physical inventory. Dignity in tatters. Operant status, ready to shuffle your way back into cold storage. You have just been caught off your guard and mugged by an insane woman at the bottom of an abandoned silo. You'll need some time to process this. The room is empty. Your assailant is nothing more than the clanging echo of her steps on the metal stairs above you. You pat yourself down and look through your pockets. Only 2 objects are missing. The red disc you found on Pseudopod's body, and the copper springs. There are no common muggers at the bottom of abandoned rocket silos. This was targeted. The question remains, why? Perhaps an avid Einzel tome collector. You have been too public in who you talk to about an artifact that effectively zeroed out a fellow operant, even if it has been rendered useless. She left something behind. Look. It's a paper bag, somewhat wrinkled from your attacks, with a rectangular aperture like a mailbox slit cut into it as an eye hole. The metal stripper kept talking about him. A deranged fan, or a representative. At least you have a lead, of some kind. You should return to the surface, operant. You have questions that need answering.
Hey, bud. Why, yes, just now. A lady came barreling past, almost missed her. She was speedy, intense form. A thief. Oh, that's terrible. Had I known, I'd have tripped her clean. And with the pace she was going, I doubt you'll catch up to her. I'm sorry, bud. She's one of them scrappers. You can tell by the non-ergonomic rags. Poor things usually gathering copper out front, muttering to herself. No, that mad dash for the exit's the first time I've seen her inside the silo, in fact. It's more likely she got in another way, bud. I wouldn't be surprised if there were side entrances and emergency exits littered around this place. Well, yes. What other kind is there? No, she looked human to me. Well, I didn't get a good look, but I have to assume zero. I hope you didn't hit your head on the way up, bud. Good luck catching her, bud. You look a bit pale, bud. What happened? Quite the heavy load for a staircase. But then again...
He has felt it too.
It's been a while, but you've humored me enough, bud. Just glad you made it back up. Keep you moving, you'll be fine. We'll all be fine. Hey, bud.
You don't need his theory. You already concocted a better one.
Failure waves. What are those? I'm sorry, bud. I have to say, you lost me. Keep you moving. bud.
His silly theory isn't about you or him. It's about places. Places like this one, shaped by history.
Most of them are. It's just more palpable here. You know, I've been wondering if places hold on to things. Not like we do, but like bodies. This silo's been through a lot, hasn't it? Got its own muscle memory, bruises, scars, and aches. Built with hopes, dreams, and purpose. And then...
A violent burst, followed by a great hollowing out, leaving only silence. Is it any wonder such a place would still reverberate?
Wouldn't be surprised if it outlasts us both. I hope the stairs won't stop you from coming back, bud. I've been thinking of starting my own exercise group, you know. Get some people in here, give the place a bit of purpose again. Keep you moving, you'll be fine.
Hello again.
She holds a beer bottle over the void, grip loose around its neck. Release. She watches it fall. A sacrificial offering, better than a pigeon.
No, one of them didn't smash on.
I see it. Must have happened when our attention was elsewhere. Well, our friend, you found it, so it's your luck if you please.
Be cool if you could throw it over there, though. And hey, would put the luck theory to the test. Please mind a little.
Just a touch.
It is yours.
Anne salutes you dutifully.
Think we'll stay for a while. The wind sounds so beautiful up here.
But after that, you never know. Oh, we did. Very sunburned lady in a headscarf.
She was making a run for it. May the bottle bring you fortune.
Hello, again. I know a possible amount. Medical concerns, indoor sports, anything that may trigger an asthmatic response. Why do you ask?
A subtle shift in his position. He's mold curious. Continue.
Fractal branching. Yellow veining. Where did you collect this from?
Do not reveal the location of a fellow operant's safe house.
I hope they were doing renovations. This is Quimera Verde, a mold strain indigenous to Portofino, and a surprisingly stubborn survivor. Quite the find.
But this guy's a mold man, through and through.
Extermination. Quimera Verde is in a class of its own. It first emerged in the 40s. 10 years later, it was all over Portofino. Households, offices, schools. The authorities had to call for large-scale fumigation. If you ask me, structural renovation and targeted decontamination would have been ideal. But alas, have to say, I'm not that surprised it stuck around. Clever little organism. Slime molds are protists, networked, reactive, and astonishingly good at pattern recognition. I was an intern at the hospital down in Agua Clara. Must have been 53 before the fumigation. Let's say there were stories. Biological attack, industrial compound parasite, the first Lusian cultural front. But what you won't find in the official literature is the reports of dreams.
Something in him stirs. Some germ of the real doctor behind the porcelain mask.
Dreams of speaking to the mold. Patients couldn't recall the words, just the impression of exchanges. Some said it gave instructions. Others said it's just listened. No, they were lucid. No fever, no delusions, vitals clean. Most of them didn't mention the dreams until asked. When enough people report the same pattern, you stop thinking in terms of coincidence and start thinking in terms of contact. As in, could there be neurological symptoms? To an extent, sure. Mental fog, sleep disruption, given time and proximity, the immune system would be worn down. I'd go for ozone therapy. No, but it is very promising. Of course, you have to be careful with the dosage. Ozone is oxidative. If something soft and slow is growing where it shouldn't, ozone will, well, get rid of it. I'm afraid I can't help you.
He turns away, unlocks a small cabinet and rummages through. He then places a large syringe and a sealed bag on the desk.
But if I were to help, I would recommend this low concentration ozone, intranasally, 10 seconds in each nostril. Potentially, I'd be very sure there is a mold infestation before proceeding. Otherwise, you'd just be corroding the sinuses, which you might anyway, to be blunt.
He turns and looks out of his houseboat window as you pocket the syringe.
Of course, do let me know how the hypothetical treatment goes. Just out of a hypothetical research interest. Until next time.
See you around, hey.
The girl nods.
Last season, the Angel of Terminus hit her with his sledgehammer. It's called Indomitable Aegis. And Stubborn Wolf just stood there, and she smiled.
And then she said no, like she was saying no to death itself.
She's my favorite. I almost want to cry, but I won't.
All right.
The children ignored.
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it? That's what I'm... Yes. You'd like to hear... I judge you to be a woman of color. Sure.
Oh, it's you. Thanks for stopping by.
Good day. I value? What sort of I value? Ah, trying to oak yourself a foreigner. Very smart, Menina. The man-tailor in Party Alley is who you're after. His shop is in the Arches. Has hair on his chest, but none on his head. Sells clothes that cost more than Carmuna's reign. Good day to you.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition.
I'm listening. Sure.
He lowers his head. You step into the booth and press. The dolphin doesn't poke back, but it might consider it at this point. If it... You step away from...
Operant, you look like you've been put through a shit extruder. Even worse, you seem to have made the local news.
The old spy jabs his cigarette in the direction of a nearby television.
Subcommandante Bagman has secured a tremendous victory for the bold partisans of the realm, seized from an iodine-deficient pawn of the so-called Operant Bureau. From the depths of the Beetle Tract, a metaphysical superweapon, the likes of which our enemies are utterly unprepared for.
He takes a small object from his coat pocket and waves it around. It's hard to make out except for an unmistakable flash of red light.
Rather pleased with himself, wouldn't you say? Off the charts, I'm sure.
If you're capable of facing your reality situation directly, stay tuned. Now let's take some calls from you, dear viewers.
But let's set side things aside. Did you find what we're looking for? Bond? And what wonders awaited you inside?
He raises his brow and tilts his head forward slightly. Continue, he's saying.
Trebon, you haven't disappointed, Upper End. Out of curiosity, while you were slumming it in the dark, sexy tunnel, did you come across any references to the Polytechnic University of Trefe? The eminent Dr. Juno Avrestaniak, captain of the glue-sniffing wing of the Trefe School, so I'm told. Controversial individual. Lots of miscarried ideas about the origins of consciousness.
The words circled beneath the doctor's signature return to you.
And everything looks back, yes. The standard Trefe thesis holds that consciousness is itself one such border, and only recently erected, evolutionary speaking. Couple thousand years, last week, once you begin to contemplate the timescales involved, hardly any distinction, really. Lots of competing explanations, take your pick. Some hold that we were simply like other mammals, driven by unconscious instinct, just on a more complex dimension. That's your so-called conservative wing. His own, the glue-sniffing wing. He thought the astrologists got it half right. It's not the stars talking to us. It's our distant progenitors. Meaning we were once part of a single universal consciousness. Galaxy spanning, as he had it. All minds threaded together, knowing and feeling as one. Personally, I think it's got to do with the origins of writing. Been downhill since we started keeping records of things. Terrible stagecraft, what it comes down to. From there, we got notions of linear time, then narrative and history. Since then, it's been one rolling catastrophe after another. Reminds me of something my first controller told me. All deception is self-deception. That most people possess even a somewhat coherent picture of themselves is a credit to the mind's ability to hide from itself the irreducible truth.
La, la, la. What's the old man on about? You can't hear anything.
Once you've heard it in your own voice, it becomes hard to deny. Yeah, makes sense. And presumably his crewmates aboard this oh-so-secret satellite weren't just up there watching the tide roll away. Turning their minds into what he thought were always meant to be. Exquisitely sensitive instruments, made to detect signals nothing else in creation can. Unsurprising. A lot of psychological anthropologists in the Trefe School. Probably heard about them somewhere. If it occurred within the developed world, it surely would have been. Unfortunately for Dr. Straniak's subjects, it occurred 400,000 kilometers above it. But did it work, Operand? Did it work? And don't tell me that's all, Operant. I'm getting that iron taste on my tongue. There's more. And you got it.
Board tilting, your favor.
Come on, Operant. Have you got the disc or not? Pneumatic. Not many things play this anymore. Old format.
Lightly, like an artifact he's both drawn to and afraid of. Oh God, it's another stairs-related task coming on.
Fortunately, I'm an old format myself.
He pops the front panel off his box with a heavy plastic clunk, nearly hidden among the skein of tubes, pumps and wiring. A built-in disc changer.
Still leaves a matter of venue. Much as I like this place for the ambience, doesn't entirely suit our purposes, I think. You know how men get after a certain age. Can't throw anything away. I think yours should do fine. If we have any outstanding business, we should settle it now. Hard to predict what will happen once we spin this thing up. Meets upper standards, I presume. Free of listening devices, comes with a housekeeper. Safest place in Kizak, most likely. Fine. Let me know when you are. Forewarned, no such... Don't keep me waiting.
You step up to the terminal again. Line diagnostic. Line diag. Voltage minus 51.3 VDC. Current 21.6 MA. You're not sure how yet, but the wealth of details should prove useful. You close the box.
See you around, Paige.
Oh, print. Sure, mate. Of course. Something very well.
She gives you a nod.
Nothing, I'm afraid. I'll be here if you...
Bagman gestures wildly on the television.
I know all about the boars.
A mishmash of conspiratorial nonsense, commonly found in most of the developed world. One exception, the Boers, which may just be a local oddity.
Now ask yourself.
The sounds from the... Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Sure. What else is on your mind? Go on. What does that have to do with the opera? Fascinating. Leave him there. Please. Bagman. Bagman. The television conspiracy theorist.
Before you can answer, you hear the wheels of an office chair. A pause, then a document land on a desk.
His studio is part of the housing campaign, accessible via the rooftops. And be careful. It says here we have reason to believe that he is armed and dangerous. Certainly. But do get that information, Cascade. Fine. Luck and skill, operant.
The bed welcomes you from... The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. The machine is... You're in the clear. You repeat the same procedure. The refreshments...
See you around, H.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something, yeah? When you're not busy. I think I'm gonna head home. I'm thinking I won't be back. Yana and I aren't really... I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. What do you mean? Like, if I stay now, then I won't be able to leave later? I don't want part of it. I didn't want any of this. I don't care about the bazaar. I don't know why she does either. I only cared about Yana, and I don't recognize her. I don't think she cares. Good luck, Cascade.
Bored? I say the same thing to you. What do you want? Mold sample? You must be out of your mind bringing that shit in here, woman. Get it out, and get out. No doubt, your friend's compromised, and if the friend is you, you're fucked. Here's my medical grade advice. Go back outside, curl up in a ditch, and wait for it to start giving you orders. In the meantime, get the fuck out of here. Hey. Do you feel qualified to make that call? I watched you drink formaldehyde, you know.
Only one half of his mouth lifts to bare his teeth in the sinister smile it gives you.
Delusional love. So now you know how men feel all the time, eh? They probably did. That's what organizations and colleagues do. If you don't get that, then you're probably the Hugo Abe to your colleagues' concern. So? Oh, then he's fucked. And you're fucked. Why don't you just go and wait with him? I'm sure the fungus will have you doing all sorts of fun chores together in no time. Do with it what you will. What did the swine do this time? Yes, enough. Adios, patient.
You pick up the payphone's.
Hello, and welcome as always to the reality situation. A joke, obviously. This show would dead, mostly. Suicide. What the so-called scientists failed to take into account was that, apparently, the human parts of their brains simply couldn't deal with the dolphins' more primal urges. The survivors have a tank at the bottom of Nestor's old silo, though who knows how many remain.
You didn't see anything resembling a tank down there, unless there are sub-levels yet to uncover. A weighted silence follows your words, brief but unmistakable.
Ah, so this is how our current reality unfolds. I was wondering when you'd call. Oh, Miss Wilk, you must not remember. I cannot fault you for that.
A pause.
If you want to see me, head across the roofs of the housing campaign. No guests, no surprises. Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno-tailed dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone.
We need to act now. I'm talking about ritual sacrifices, an astrological shrimp cult, a sinister confluence of techno-communist capitalistic forces gathering right now here in our own city-state.
Surrounded by cameras, the man with a bag on his head waves vigorously towards the board next to him. Overheated gestures to match his rhetoric.
And now, we've captured one of reality's over-fluoridated toads and brought them here to face you, live. Miss Wilk, if you please.
No way. You are not here. This is not happening.
Do not fear and do not resist. You're an enemy combatant, but you're also under my protection. Utterly ignorant of the laws of war. Sad but unsurprising. Let's not pretend this is a friendly interview. You've come to seize the metaphysical superweapon we expropriated from you. Fortunately, unscripted conflict makes for excellent television. And now, Miss Wilk, you're on the reality situation. The situation is obvious. It's all fake and bullshit. What we call reality is nothing but cardboard stand-ins set up by the ones who broke the world. Emter, the opera, the Lusians. It was a joint effort. The basic facts of the story have been well established. Year 0. Some highly credentialed necrogoblin pulls a pin loose, and the whole fabric of reality comes apart. They've been trying to put it back together ever since. You clap along like a trained monkey, but you understand nothing.
He extracts a handful of pills from one of his comically oversized pockets, then stuffs them through the bottom of his bag. The overhead lights cast a sickly green color across the brown paper.
The trouble began as it often does with the signature. First, they burned our calendars. They promised it would take 7 years to restore the world to its previous state. They were wrong. Now it's the year 96, and these sentient boat shoes are changing how the clocks work, as you well know. No! Against the onslaught of dolled-up nihilism, we refuse to abandon our positions. Casualties be damned. For now, the best we can do is find others who see the world for what it is. Keep them close. Let the rest mock and criticize. They are addicted to the illusion. By you, of course. Yes, by you and everyone else who accepts what they should not. It's all the compromises we make in the name of realism and society. Until over time they congeal into something that isn't real and isn't society either. Sadly, our greatest enemy isn't the meta-government or the underground vault of ectoplasmically linked businessmen. It's what we do to ourselves every single day.
For a moment, the bagged man lowers his head, seemingly lost in thought. When he looks up again, his eyes take on a distant aspect. It's like he's not looking at you, but rather someone with your same name and face standing in the exact same place.
To defeat the reality entirely would mean regression to a prehistorical consciousness, skulking around on 4 limbs and living in trees. The social sphere reduced to ritual grooming and a few ochre cave scratchings. No, we must suffer over and over, continually. Because the powers that be refuse to make peace with the situation they've created.
The bottle rattles like a child's toy as he shoves a handful of pills through his paper slot.
Perhaps now you begin to understand the significance of the metaphysical superweapon we expropriated from you. Of course, you accepted my gracious invitation to appear on my TV program. Unfortunately for you, this was a devious pretext to expose one of reality's toadlings to my loyal viewers.
A small sign lights up above one of the large cameras. It says, applause. You become aware of the gun's shape, cradled against your ribs. Your index finger warms and curls.
Please, disregard your neurochatter. There's no need for violence, unless you choose to initiate it.
Hold on. How did he?
For now, at least. This reality favors the bold partisans of the real. This is why you come on your hands and knees to beg for the metaphysical superweapon. Please, let us face our situation directly in the eye, out of respect for the people watching at home.
You've never been here. Everything you're experiencing is for the first time.
Don't tune out what your heart tells you. Ignore the chattering of your little nano voices. Their interests are not your own. Know about the choir of nanotransmitters implanted in your auditory cortex?
He must be listening in, on his own nano receiver.
Please, we've been over this many times. You think the bootleg bazaar is the real thing? They've got 3 more set up in aircraft hangars across Coulanges and the Eastern Republics. That's where these filthy collaborants practice their scripts before being shipped here, to put on their performances day after day like a dirty traveling circus.
In some ways, he is correct. People often perform for someone, or something, mostly themselves.
Baby steps on the path toward critical reflection, but we'll take it. Still not convinced? Have you noticed that there are always GMs telling you where you can and can't go? Don't you think it's convenient that those with the monopoly of violence always appear to keep you away from that which you shouldn't encounter? Look, viewers, another so-called critical thinker slurping down obvious propaganda. I let you in on a little secret. For a time, they considered replacing the GMs with genetically and surgically modified boars, intended to surveil and obstruct. Physically stronger than any GM, and less prone to alcoholism. I agree. Highly symmetrical, the metaphor embraced. Alas, liberalism failed, as it often does, for budgetary reasons. But this is only the first layer of the illusion. Once your eyes are open, you can't stop seeing. First off, let's dispel the pretenses. My loyal partisans are all too familiar with the ancient astrological ritual you're here to take part in. This is where the shambling, money-stuffed corpses who govern our reality kick back and ritually sacrifice one another before an effigy of a giant astral shrimp. And here's where the logic of your situation overtakes you. Your disruption has been written in from the beginning. I can say no more. Your path may take many roads, yet the destination is always the same. That depends on the reality we're in. Sometimes we come to mutually beneficial trade. In others, your reality's hateful assassin, the one who brings down this entire partisan offensive. In a select few, you become my most trusted partisan, my lieutenant prophet. And in some, we never meet at all. Since you have nothing to trade, I can only deduce that we won't be making an exchange today.
The man with the bag on his head shakes his head for the camera.
Seeing as the metaphysical superweapon is already in my possession, I anticipate that one, or both of us, shall die. It's certainly possible, though I fear in this reality death follows wherever you go. Don't pretend as though you aren't prepared for it. In any case, you are just today's attempt. If you fail, they'll just send another and another, until one of you succeeds.
Your host regards you with a look that can only be called respectful hostility. The highest compliment he pays his guests.
If your attempts at mystery fail, they've always got more copies. Your data records all backed up in the mysterious satellite facility B. Like you in every way that matters, except that they haven't failed yet. You refer to your sadly mute double restored to action with losing Demoncraft. And we're meant to believe the Opera and the Weeping Eye are on opposite sides. So long as those copies exist, there is no true understanding between us. No matter what you say, you remain a dupe of reality. Think it over. A meaningless question, since time itself is fake and bullshit. A better question is, why am I surrounded by enemies with terrible fangs, loose bowels, and limp dicks?
The gesture is meant to drive home how limp these dicks are.
An officer of my rank is a high-value target for reality's assassins. Thus, I'm obliged to wear a bag on my head and piss in cups like an incontinent truck driver. Where to begin? The Carabineros, the GMs, uniform wearers as a class. The patent office, my jealous rivals in alternative media, assorted professional pseudo-mammals who show up to work every day and on time. Also, the Association of Urologists. Let us not forget bankers, doctors, nurses, patients, librarians. Did I mention the Carabineros? Simple. They're the most vicious enforcers of reality's monetary delusions. I personally refuse to participate in the fraud of fiat currency. As a result, I'm relentlessly persecuted simply for occupying space. And if they can just conjure it out of air, it makes you wonder why they don't just make more of it.
Inflation is the answer.
The administrators of reality's lower echelons. They stopped reproducing viviparously decades ago, hence pseudo-mammalian. Via the fax machine, of course.
It's good that you've stayed far, far away from that accursed thing.
No, I cannot deceive you. This is a brutal grinding campaign, even with a finely honed supplement stack such as that found in my proprietary Ascension pack. To my great shame as a guerrilla media partisan, I have occasionally been forced to repeat certain actions. A successful military offensive has the structure of rhetoric. It introduces a thesis, elaborates upon it, until what first seemed a radical proposition now appears to simply be an obvious fact. Brute repetition may be effective in certain scenarios, but on its own, it rarely wins wars. I've witnessed many iterations of reality. The powers that be deem it dangerous. They're correct.
One of his pockets does seem heavy. You are dangerous. Rip the disc off him.
A court-appointed goblin once said to me, "Bagman, you are too difficult. You make things needlessly hard for yourself." I said to that goblin, "No, it's reality that makes things needlessly hard." Thank you. With absolute relish. Thank you. Finally, you're asking the important questions. But first, let's recap the journey of this extraordinary object for the people watching at home. As you know, this disc is a prototype for a powerful weapon, developed in secret by the Lusian Ministry of Mass Culture as part of their diabolical win condition. Because the Electro Starlet knew it was not a song she had created, but something that could shake reality to its foundations. And yet, somehow this prototype finds its way into the hands not of the Weeping Eye, but a high-level Empter operant. You think this is a coincidence? Which brings us here. The next time the disc appears, it's in the possession of the so-called communists of the opera. Kindly explain this coincidence to the people at home. You see this, viewers? We were right to struggle so hard and so long. And now, the superweapon is in our possession. With your help, of course. The format fetishist's advice provided the final confirmation. Once we understood the principles of re-remanenting, it was only a matter of execution. Play it, of course. We're preparing for a full-scale audiovisual assault against the sentience of my viewers.
A mass psychic casualty event. The television event of the year.
Together, we'll break out from reality once and for all. The self won't go quietly, like a sickness fighting its cure. It must be taken by surprise. Our partisan offensive is reaching its crescendo. With our metaphysical superweapon, we'll soon achieve breakout.
This man has thousands of daily viewers. Innocent civilians, children. A metaphysical superweapon could make the difference in your assignment. Better in your hands than his. He pulls a large bottle of purple and blue capsules and holds it up.
Regular viewers are more than familiar with my Ascension Pack, a proprietary supplement stack developed with rigorous research and absolutely heroic amounts of L-theanine, GABA, and B vitamins.
The camera aperture whirs as it zooms in on the oversized pill bottle.
Every purchase contributes directly to supporting our partisan media offensive. Available now, direct from The Reality Situation. We'll meet again, sooner or later. Does it make you feel powerful to live so many lives in sequence and in parallel? The rest of us live only once, but you seem to always get to try again, as many times as you want, free of consequence. You are reality's beloved. No matter how many times you get yourself crushed by a vending machine or tossed down an ancient silo, they bring you back for more. Why don't you try facing reality, like the rest of us?
If there are parallel yous out there, then life becomes merely probabilistic. You cease to be you, and become nothing but a point somewhere in a graph of what you might be, but never are. A shadow existence, a purgatorial condition of unrealized possibility.
Exhilarating freedom, the satisfaction of knowing you face the corrupt and transitory world with absolute integrity. Also, bonuses to your red checks. For complicated technical and socioeconomic reasons, you can hang on to those. The final assault on the Opera's deep archives will wait. Time to toss that old shit in the bin. Become a traitor to the metaphysical class. Hurl yourself into this reality, to the exclusion of all others. Already death becomes more frightening. Life more vivid. And what about our once sturdy pony cigarettes? 10 years ago, they gave us wholesome bonuses and an excuse to leave parties we no longer wish to attend. Now, all they do is make us feel strangely tired. Miss Wilk, welcome back to The Reality Situation. We'll meet again, sooner or later. I'm speaking of instant matter displacement, my friends. Communist metaphysics, whole wardrobes of disguises, secret arsenals, illicit pharmacies, all stored on a noumenal plane, accessible anytime, using only the power of the mind. Ah, Miss Welk, our favorite guest returns.
If you inhabit all possible realities, they very much belong to you. They are your realities.
You propose... what?
Expectant. He knows what you're about to say, of course, but you have to say it anyway.
You mean to disrupt their astral shrimp ritual, unglue their chain of command using their own superweapon? Yes. Reality itself can only endorse the symmetry. But, Miss Welk, how can our viewers trust your commitment to the partisan media offensive?
He gives you a little nod, encouraging. Slowly, deliberately, he takes the red disc from his coat and presents it to you, palms face up. A ceremonial gesture, and not only for the visuals.
You will do what will be done. Salute.
Whatever it is you hope to achieve with this wholly optional diversion, you've achieved it. Time to go.
With absolute right. Thank you. We'll meet again. Sooner or later.
Your words don't carry the weight they did the first time. Their meaning is adrift.
Hey! Ask them?
Certainly.
Bye.
Hey, bud. Keep you...
The Russian pack crinkles as you turn it over. There's enough in this box for a month of austere survival. You pocket the freeze-dried rations. The mold's tendrils rise gently as you approach. You turn away from the mold. It quivers as you leave.
Cascade, stop. Before you utter a word, be aware that anything you say in my presence, anything I hear, should be considered pre-intercepted by the small controller.
That explains communicating through cipher, though we may soon be rezoning the boundaries of explanation.
I see you are well acquainted with this treacherous cranial entity that directs my movements, words, and thoughts.
Oh no. Oh no.
Couldn't agree more, Cascade. The instructions are on the table. Do not read them aloud.
No irony here. No dress rehearsal either.
Let us roll indeed. The instructions, Cascade, on the table. I cannot speak more plainly.
Upon the reflective surface of the table lie a sketch pad, a pen, a strange container, and a crank drill. A regular pen, thick-nibbed and loaded with red ink. Marked with the words Entity Containment Vessel. It looks vaguely space-related. Reddish liquid, but no entities are yet contained within. The crank wheel features a worn logo, now illegible. Rust blossoms in tiny patches along the drill bit. On the first page, scribbled in hurried handwriting, you find the instructions. Plain text, no cipher. Good start. A bare 14 words. Small controller inside. Locate via remote viewing, then extract. Through dimensionality to analysis. The author of these instructions looks at you expectantly. Preparing to ram his plane of reality into yours. As in the testimonial you found in his room, Holocene wants you to locate something which you cannot see. Draw that which you cannot see. The noumenal planes stretch before you, unfurrowed. The sketchpad ripples, despite there being no wind at all down here. The dark interior of your former double skull awaits. You close your eyes, then your judgment, then your imagination. One by one, each mental faculty goes dark, flicked off like a Friday night light switch. The pen moves beneath you as vague impressions parade across the main street of your mind. And then, your hand stops moving, almost of its own will. It is done. Your marks have found a form, one that looks a lot like a small animal. Oval, alien eyes. Long, clinging fingers.
Cascade, what have you seen?
You have seen and drawn a tarsia. It would appear so. It is also wearing a tiny dressing gown.
I knew it. Good job, Cascade. Indeed, S tier so far. Target acquired. Now, get the motherfucker out.
A movement so quick you don't even understand what's happening at first. Holocene's arm whips and slams something into his neck. His muscles slacken, his eyes roll wide. In his hand, a syringe of unknown anesthetic. Warning. Train now approaching Omega Station. No return trip scheduled. You depress the syringe slowly over the course of 10 seconds, watching the unconscious patient's nostrils twitch involuntarily as they are invaded. As long as his brain doesn't run out of his nose, it's worked. To what degree it's worked, you won't know until he's conscious. A sluggish timelessness overtakes the silo basement as you wait, devoid of light changes or any other marker of time.
Cascade, did you... Got the motherfucker. But you didn't, Mole. Interesting hypothesis. That's different, but it makes sense. Not one controller, many.
The disappointment he feels is unjustifiable even to himself, but you can read it in his eyes. He wanted to meet his nemesis head on. He wanted it to have a face.
I'll confess it's not the outcome I'd envisioned, Cascade. I'll need a day or so. Miho thanks you for helping to root out the subversive elements in its ranks, be they controller or colony. Fogged Mirror. We had fun there once.
Holding his gaze onto you, he retreats back into the sedative. Eventually, his eyes flutter closed and his head falls limp against his shoulder. The implements lie where you left them, remnants of your strange ritual. The molds, you turn away from them.
Rest assured, Cascade, that just as there are schisms within the Opera, parallel and conflicting structures of command, the structure of command inside is no less convoluted. Are you so certain that the mix of impulses, desires, and choices that govern your actions is coincident with that nebula of epiphenomena that you know as yourself? Put another way, how do we know who is calling the shots inside Cascade?
For all intents and purposes, the only answer that should matter is your controller.
Uncritical certainty. A highly concerning development. Even if we could discount the possibility of homunculus-style physical infiltration, microchip installation, remote radio control, and sensory triggering of pre-embedded behavioral patterns, which, for the record, we cannot. Even then, there are lower concept forms of infiltration. Absolute hostility on behalf of the infiltrator must be presumed. It is the only sane approach. Throw them off. Feed yourself disinformation. Choke the neural pathways with white noise. Try to unfocus your mind from whatever you're doing. Practice mind-body dissociation. Think about the exact opposite of what you're actually about to do.
Shadow boxing against an invisible, when in all likelihood, totally imaginary opponent.
This is information warfare inside. Resist. Don't give it what it wants, regardless of whether it happens to exist or not.
You return to the
Hello there. I'm listening, babe. Whatever you... Lines always...
The wind whip.
Operand. Bon, let's go.
The yellow disc slots into the disc changer with a soft click.
On your mark, Operand.
A click, a fog of static, a whoosh of blood between your ears, a shapeless figure twisting in darkness, and then... You know the next words. You've been hearing them since you got here. Just then you become aware of another sound, coming from the old spy's heart box. One you've not heard it make before. A warning. The old spy's body appears to be vibrating. His hand presses the headphone close to his ear.
Shh. Damn you.
You can feel your own sanity pulling away from you, as though on the cusp of a black hole, stretching, spinning. The hair around your ears is sweaty, your pulse elevated. For a moment, you can focus only on your breathing. Meanwhile, the old spy's lips move quickly, silently. Wet, silent, like a fish behind glass. You watch silently as the old spy communes with the dark secrets of the universe. The air is heavy, your chest tight. You've been holding your breath for approximately an eternity. The old spy removes his headphones. He turns to you.
How in God's name did you do that?
His face, vision of pale horror.
Those don't sound like any song I've ever heard. You, but from a dream, like the voice said. Never understood music myself. Partially tone deaf. You mind?
The old spy cups a large hand near your face as the end sparks to life. He lights his own and leans back.
But all right. So this Ultravioletta, the missing pop star, she hears it too. That what you're saying? Coincidence would be comforting, and yet I'm not comforted in the slightest.
You mark a distinct change in the old spy's demeanor. Gone are the cryptic circumlocutions and knowing flourishes. For once, you're on the same page. He's in unfamiliar seas here. It's your lights he'll navigate by.
So our pop singer gets on humanity's enlisted frequency, cuts a new record, which lo and behold, turns out to be some sort of metaphysical superweapon, if the bag-headed individual is to be believed. A very, very sad weapon then, Bond.
He doesn't actually think it's Bon. It's one of the strangest things he's heard in his long, strange life.
One immediately wonders, has the Ministry of Mass Culture got any idea about this? What powers they're tempting? Of course, massive spectacle. They'd want to broadcast across the developed world, make an event of it. Endgame of these secret treaties, I suppose. But then how did one of these discs make its way across the wide and teeming Nuscarenta Sea to Portofino and into the stereo of your unfortunate double? Tested in theater then. Smart spy might ask what this amateur fool is doing with his hands on such a thing. Seems important.
He brushes the braid of cords aside so he can mash the remains of his cigarette against the side of his box. From the window, you can hear the sound of two people laughing out on Orphanage Street. Two teenagers on the way to the tram stop after a few hours on Party Alley. An empty bottle echoing along the paving stones.
One thing. This red disc of yours. The Einzelton. One play only. That's the deal.
The old spy nods thoughtfully.
A weapon like that, in the hands of an operant with a mind to use it, could be extremely potent. Your assignment, your prerogative. Reminds me, your thing.
Yes, what this was all about. The Grand Lich's time of arrival. It sounds so pitifully small now. Your thing.
It's a tree you're waiting on. Lucian ginkgo. Planted a long time ago. So you know. Bon. Funny thing about Lucian ginkgos, they all lose their leaves simultaneously. Genetic, supposedly. Big ritual day. Years to find out, I'd say. There's a couple of negotiators from the bank side of the table, mucking around about town. Turn one of them inside out. You'll find your answer. And now, operand, we come to our parting. A strong draft of both.
He takes up the heart box. His heavy frame shudders with new vitality.
I hope you get a good price, operand.
His heavy steps echo down the hall stairs and then fade to nothing. The stereo is right where you left it. You step away from the equipment.
Oprin, I'll be here if you...
Loneliest.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to look.
Goodbye.
Evening.
Looking past you, keeping half a careful eye on Ignatz.
Mm-hmm. Just up to the usual. Drinking and eyeing me over when he thinks I'm not looking. Morose. I don't know. It's always like this. Never speaks to me, beyond ordering.
The thin line between incredible operant and social cripple is a thin one.
Sure. What'll it be? See you.
Hello.
As our knees at our fringes, slow ripples along the shoreline.
Nothing's been cool for a long time, Hirsch. Temple said he'd help me escape. A friend of his was going to get me exit papers or something. But it's been weeks now and nothing's happening. She keeps saying it'll happen, but she's not very specific. In fact, she's getting vaguer. It reminds me of my first manager. We've talked a lot. I don't know. I just want to see some kind of sky again. Have you ever had a day where, if you had the means and the power, you'd happily burn down the world and everyone in it? I see. I hope I'm not turning into a communist. I feel hemmed in, Hirsch. Like the walls are coming closer when I'm not looking. Of course, aeronautical service in the Imperial Navy is mandatory for all young Lucian adults, even pop stars. No. The Ray 16 Ricochet. I asked them to paint it purple, but they refused. Lucy's always at work. I don't think that'd put me on any kind of front line. I'd be targeted and killed immediately. Afterwards, they made me the official cultural ambassador to the Imperial Navy. They paint my image on plain noses sometimes. What do you mean? I'm no narc, Hirsch.
A likely story. Artist of the world's most unrepentant narcs.
Yes, of course. Good point. Then let's say I only narc on myself. The rocket that exploded, you mean? I've seen the footage. People talked about it for years back in Luz. Why do you ask? It became a bit of a recurring joke. You know, about the so-called developed world? There were running segments about the antiquated engineering. I never found it funny myself. Really? But what about the footage I saw? I see. How does this relate to my lyrics exactly? Oh my god, how long ago? When I was 2 years old. But if that's true, the creative process reached the stars? I was a medium for them. That's such a captivating thought.
Light blooms behind her pupils.
Words spoken across emptiness, finding their way to us. Maybe not even spoken. But you don't know for sure, do you? Actually, don't tell me if you do. You know, I never liked the idea of my lyrics being mine. That's not how I think of them. It's not even how I write them. But if the words are out there, just waiting for someone to hear. Maybe the universe is always singing, and once in a while, we get to join in. To make some noise, to put some emptiness to melody. I just hope the stars can hear us sing back. Okay, Hersh. I do. Oh, thanks, Hersh. I really appreciate it. You'll have to speak to Jan about the logistics, though. I don't really get involved in all that. You can do it. We believe in you.
Just because you can does not mean you should. Your path to the Lich goes through this girl. Otherwise, it's the long way round. You can, and you should.
No, but there's pictures of me all over the place. Like, everywhere. I don't know what to tell you, Hersh. I usually just turn up for photo shoots and they have it all worked out.
You have a picture of this girl in your pocket. The postcard. Well, maybe she's a pilot now.
I don't mean to be annoying, Hersh. Sorry. I just need some help. And I trust you to see me through.
A flower on the precipice.
I'm trying to outrun it, Hersh. Help me. I don't want to be that dress-up doll anymore. I can't live here, Hersh. Also, I'm not very good with logistics. People usually wait around on me. And now it feels like I'm waiting on the entire world. I don't even know if it's revolving anymore. I don't care about the name. I only really care about my new stage name. But that will come later.
The first tram ride into Portofero. Holocene at your side, face turned to the window, giving a 20-minute answer to one of the world's most common questions.
And that's why, philosophically, I disowned my name. A name can turn on you, Cascade. Far better not to have one, or to have many. Actually, I think you can. A fabrication from the narcs upstairs. When I first joined the opera, I used an acute method of auto-hypnosis to forget my own name. The process took 7 months.
The prospect twists your gut in terror.
If there is enchantment in the act of naming, then there must be an opposite, yet equally powerful enchantment in the act of unnaming. I will always choose scarce magic over the common spell.
The girl stares at you, waiting for a response.
Oh, cool. Maybe no name is the way to go. Very alternative. Great, Hersh. I'm sure you'll find them. I'm not going. Ever. No, I wouldn't kill myself. They'd probably pay some hack to write knockoff songs and recreate me as a hologram. Why are you asking me this, Hersh? I already have. Sweet dreams, Hersh.
Hersh, I've been thinking, or projecting maybe, future-wise. This question's skipping the needle in my head. What would Tempo do? Her. I don't know. My world's short of fucking axis. Maybe you noticed.
Not quite accurate. It actually just has a few competing axes. Mostly Tempo, yes, some of the original girl, but also a little of the pop star in there too. Tempo slapdashed it. The shoddy pressing must have left room for a bonus track on the outer grooves. That one's all ultra viola. B-sides and rarities. The girl sighs smoke and turns to face the city beyond the window.
I should be out there dancing, somewhere shiny, under lights. This is all so fucked. That was the deal, yeah. Setting her free in exchange for an imprint of her. But near the end, I started having second thoughts. New plan was to sell her back to the Luthians, imprint and ransom her, basically.
Culture then cash. Tempo to a T.
What do you mean, too? I'm fucking Tempo. I want to do it.
Her eyes flash with new tones, almost finding a unified color.
But I also want to help V. I really want to help her.
The girl takes a skewed drag of her cigarette, then studies the embers intently. There are words to be traced in the loops of her cigarette light. If only you could read the language.
Yeah, Tempo was gonna get them off his friend Reno, the dolphin cunt with the phones. He was fucking him for a while. Pitcher, not a receiver, I hear. Doubt he even knew about them. Good chance Tempo was just stringing V along, who knows?
Operant, this is a once-per-eon opportunity to get a shot at the Grand Lich. Let it slip now. Who knows how far back it may set you.
Yeah, she doesn't do too well with real life. But who fucking does? Regular people are hard too. Tempo will call me a sentimental cunt. But maybe I can be the last leg up she needs to jump the wall.
The flash of Tempo and his child logic loyalty bestowed upon a strictly chosen few.
He used to do coke off it, then tell stories about you all. I heard some of those stories, I think, 20 times. Good beginnings, bad endings. I think I feel totally fine with getting V free. Is that how I should feel, do you think?
Awaiting your approval.
Oh, well, that's appreciated, I think. Don't be a stranger, Hirsch.
You're back.
So you're one of Tempo's unspecified associates. What are you doing in my home? No need for games. He's dead. Why are we discussing it? 5 weeks ago, before his last trip to La Lune.
Too quick. Practiced.
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. I wouldn't use that word. We worked well together on a spiritual plane. We saw the world in complementary ways. I don't know how to put it. I dealt with the overworld, he with the under. Safer for us both that way. Of course I knew he did business in Luth. He built the bazaar up himself. No way around it. He was always bringing back new speakers and displays and so on. He was mad for Lucian stuff. L-pop, the rest of it.
Not his thing, personally.
Oh, business at first. But it became something else quite fast. I first took note of him when he turned the abandoned silk factory into the bazaar.
Entrepreneurial ambitions, strong qualities and an asset, as you marked in Taxman straight away.
Put him on many radars, both here and abroad. But, well, that's over now. Excited, I would say. He had a boyish glint in his eye. I believe he was using a large deal of cocaine at the time, so I didn't necessarily take his words seriously. Big words. Fate, forgiveness, friendship. If you knew Tempo, then you know the sort of thing I'm talking about.
Uttered with great solemnity one instant, then spat out like curses the next. They seemed to take on their own solidity, detached from any human situation.
Yes, you might be right there. No, Tempo never cared for the high arts. He was more about the streets. I can see how you and Tempo got along. I have a feeling I haven't been much help to you. I see. Cash only, with half of it paid up front.
No. I would accept 2 million sol in cash.
There is no such thing.
I should be adding Tempo premium, if anything. 2.5 million.
Wow. We're getting a hard rejection, gang.
Then you can't afford the exit papers.
I believe we have.
The fee is 2.5 million.
Be well. You're back.
A man this wealthy could not possibly care about earning 2 more mil.
That's a little excessive, don't you think? 2.5 mil is fine. Oh, look, the papers have a price. Either pay it or take your bartering elsewhere. Be well.
Oh.
You're back.
Desperate times.
Don't buy it if you can't afford it. Be well.
Oh.
You're back.
You don't have the money. You need to make this about something else. What does he want?
You're right. Money is, of course, immaterial. A stand-in for debit or credit. It's the debit, ultimately, that is important. People don't tend to understand that, you know?
He looks around his apartment, hands upturned in front of him, as if beseeching the world for something you may owe.
Borkibel. Borkibel.
This cat thing must be really upsetting him. He's lost it.
Just pick me up a bag of Borkibel, please. You can have the papers. I just need the kibble. Yes, but... well, the kibble is in the animal zone.
Lightning flash thunder. A crackle of electricity in the air.
So you've met the king. Good. You know what you're agreeing to. These exit papers. I'll need a name and a photograph.
He takes the postcard and pauses, a look of recognition flashing across his face.
You... yes. You did mention you were a friend of Tempo's. You're picking up where he left off then. He brought her here once. She played the piano for us. It was rather lovely, much nicer than her standard L-pop fare.
It's hard for him to remember. He swallows, tucking the postcard into his shirt pocket with a strange gravitas.
Tempo almost cried even. Borkibel. Yes, this photo will do just fine. Sure. I'll be here.
You're back again.
The GM gives...
You have returned for trade.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Amass increasingly desirable objects. Ponderer. Disappointment!
You would turn your attention to the pile of assorted junk, which you spot a bag of boar kibble, 5 kilograms of it, stuffed inside a bird cage. You spot a bag of... The monkey bears it. He flicks his ears in excitement.
Ah ha ha! Commence it! Oh, 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 oh.
Cooing softly, he makes grasping motions with his pointy hands.
Oh! Queen of Trade!
He cradles the plushie in his hairy, rangy arms before setting it carefully in his stash. He grabs the bag of boar kibble with both hands and tosses it to you, a few pellets of kibble spilling across the floor.
Useless pellets. Consumption despised. The Queen and I bid you farewell.
Hello again. This, over there.
You carry the tray to one table, but they're still drinking their first round. You carry it to another. Nope, they wanted light beer. Another. You idiot. They said no ice. Everyone wants something from you. You just want to know who ordered the mezcal margarita. The evening swells past in a flurry of cocktails, spilled beer, insults directed towards your general intelligence.
Whoa, okay, hold up. Are you alright? Oh, You've been at it for 4 hours. Why don't you take a break? Get some air. In fact, here, take the rest of the night off. I'm okay here. Drink up. We close soon.
Marcia.
Until next time.
Back again, are we? This is what's there for you. Don't ruin it by slouching, yes? The side seams are offset to trace a clean line from hip to floor. Do not ruin that by using the pockets. Well then, of course you will. Back again, are we?
He circles.
There she is, the high-value woman. This was meant for you. I can see it now. Only one critique. You look a bit strained when living should be effortless. Go and care for yourself. The attire demands it. Of course you will.
My God, the suit she's wearing. Those colors would kill a less financially secure woman. I don't think I should be alone right now.
Warily, the eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. He sees us come in. Gang, scatter. The young man gives you a sharp, distrustful look over his shoulder.
Stay back, vagrant. You'll not get the jump on me.
The way forward is obvious. Duchess surely knows what this gap is all about. Just a little gap talk between girls. Warily, the
Hi again, sweetie. The Gap? What do you know of the Gap? The Gap is the most advanced case of erotic fixation I have ever seen. I've been in the deviancy game for years, and I cannot uncover its true nature. So what's your interest in the Gap? You're a friend of his? A therapist, maybe? Oh, his work sounds very... I shouldn't talk about clients. But the Gap itself, well, I just can't help it. Seriously, hon. I have a canny method I've been using for years, and it's never failed before Frederick and his Gap. I think you'll have to torture it out of him.
A canny method. An advanced cognitive maneuver.
Oh, Hon, I don't know. I've never tried to teach anybody before, and I have so much I should be doing.
She's hovering by a sink full of dirty dishes. Offered to help with them.
I see you thinking about the dishes. Come on. I'll explain if you help me fettle this lot. All right, sweetie. I'll wash. You dry.
You rest your hip against the counter, angling yourself towards her as she plunges her hands in and out of the sink, filled to the brim with bubbles. The dishes she hands you are hot, clean, and lemon-scented. She picks up a small plastic teapot from the water, a child's toy.
If you were to describe this object, you might go for the material, color, decoration. It's plastic, pink, has a crown on the side, and you'd be correct. But you'd also miss the part of the object that makes it what it is, makes it work, gives it purpose, because that's actually what the object doesn't have. It's the empty space inside.
She tips the teapot, pouring water full of glitter and petals into the sink.
Exactly. Clever thing. People are defined by their desires way more than by their possessions. But that's just the concept. How you actually pull off the method is much harder. You have to be like mist, vapor, something that can fill an unseen shape. Then you work out its edges.
Sounds like how her sister in the magazine offices drenched out your cryptonym.
It'll be easier to just show you. But do you have any questions first? No one taught me. It grew out of a game my sister and I used to play.
Yeah, she did it to us in the basement. She dunks a handful of cutlery into the water, swishes it around, then hands it to you.
It sounds silly. We would pretend we could reach inside other people, things. Then we'd just describe what we found. Then the more we did it, the more we realized we didn't actually need to pretend. We could sense what wasn't there. I think at first just silly things. Figuring out what someone was going to say before they said it. Freaking people out. Saying what was on their mind. But as we got older, we started practicing on each other. Or she started practicing on me, and I had to join in. She would lie just to see if she could get away with it. Oh, what teenager isn't? No, hon. Well, my kids might disagree. If one of them breaks something, I can always tell who.
She lifts a soapy hand from the water and blows on her palm, sending a little cloud of bubbles flying at you.
What kind of evil do you have in mind? If you want forgiveness badly enough to go to all that trouble, wouldn't it be much better just to earn it?
A bubble escapes the sink, a floating haphazard dirigible until she pops it, decisively with her index finger.
You have to leave your own personality behind. Forget yourself. No ego, no cleverness. Just let yourself sway, fitting whatever shape you find.
What she was describing is hyper-tier psychic surgery. Someone like you could do massive damage with such a technique.
Okay, though. You might recognize the sensation. I was doing it to you a little over the miracle line.
Thousands of tiny bubbles cling to the dishes. Your hands, they float and pop, following all the contours of your fingers. You feel them in your mind.
Don't worry. Won't go far.
Go far, all the way. Get inside, make a fist. She giggles as she pours into your head, tracing lightly over your psyche. Bubbles float around the spaces between your memories.
I'm going to bring you with me now.
You feel the bubbles coalescing around you, supporting you, lighter than air. You're afloat in the space of your own ego.
Find an empty space. Feel around the edges. See if you can tell what it is. I can see a big one. I'll send you in alone. Your mind is yours.
She purses her lips and blows, lightly, sending you off like a dandelion puff into the nothingness of Herschel Wilk. You can still feel hard edges against you, even as your mind splits into pieces. The shape is large and bulging. It seems made up of distinct figures, some more connected than others, but all touching. 6 of them. Laughter, trust, the warm echo particular to nights at the fogged mirror. Can you be sure this is really your mind, and not some psychic fabrication of hers? The shape clarifies as you pour and grow, gaining definition and texture, flashes of color. You find a table, drinks, one man rolling a cigarette, another holding 2 glasses. You find a young man in a colorful robe, suspiciously off to the side, a girl with thick bangs and a thicker scarf, a pair of loafer pins, then the gift-wrapped box they came in. Your whole sick crew. The certainty jolts you back together, space suddenly cramped and full. You become aware of the floorboards, the hot water on your hands.
Oh, Juan, I'm sorry that you're missing your friends. Maybe this is your sign to get them back. And that's all there is to it.
She exhales happily, giving her kitchen a satisfied look.
Now, go try it on poor Frederick, and let's find out what this gap is all about. Just make sure you come back and tell me when you do. I'm listening. Really? Like, ever?
Believe, but with a hint of dread.
I don't know, well, it's been years now, but I suppose a part of me always thought the miracle was temporary. I guess it's me now. My permanent job.
This is a nightmare for her.
Yeah. I had an interview at a sandwich shop. I sat down and started talking, and the owner recognized my voice from the line. It was awful.
He stared at her mouth, disbelief, wonder. His dreams come to life. He asked her if she remembered his fantasy, offered her the job on the spot.
Nobody wants to hire a prostitute, hon. And if they do, it's because they think I'm a free fuck. Sure, hon. Yes. Okay, hon. See you later. Hi again, sweetie.
You lift yourself, elevating your mind until it becomes a floating mist. You stream towards her, letting yourself into her thoughts, finding an empty space.
Oh, love. I feel you in there. But please don't. I'd rather keep my thoughts to myself. I'm sure. Very sure.
You force your way past her, a finer mist, a lighter air. She cannot stop you. You spread out inside her, dancing around the void. Its edges are soft, a finite figure, a lone woman.
Please, hon.
She sits at a cramped table, writing essays that she'll never submit, waiting for the phone to ring. She sighs when it does, blames it for interrupting her studies, but the sigh is one of relief.
I asked you to stop. I don't want to. Please just... let's stop talking about this.
She wipes her face on her sleeve and looks away. Her eyes are red.
I think you know enough about me, sweetheart.
She doesn't say anything. She just watches you go. Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. You draw on the teachings of Duchess, splitting your psyche into a Herschel-esque fog. You haunt the young man, streaming in through his ears and nostrils. He can feel you inside him. He's jammed with spy particles and he loves it. You reshape yourself, creating patterns and waves like a psychic murmuration across the folds of his cerebral cortex. The man's eyes go cross. You dive deeper, splitting as you explore the caverns and folds of his consciousness. It is dotted with empty spaces, a childhood pet, a motor scooter. None of these carry the awesome psychosexual fright of the Gap. Keep looking. You float down into the abyssal zone of the subconscious. At this depth, the voids move. Predatory shapes, sharp teeth. You perceive the erotic glow of the Gap among them. Suppressed memories, intrusive thoughts, unfulfilled desires and abandoned dreams. They're all pissed off. You shape your own consciousness into a fist, swing it at the thronging voids. It makes contact, pouring through the thing's mouth and splitting it into pieces. An empty space, its surface taut to the point of vibration with pure pre-orgasmic tension. You slip in, finer than fog. You dissipate and expand, streaming outwards into the void. But as you grow, so does it. The edges move beyond reach, ever growing, a self-generating vast emptiness.
Yes. You're making it bigger. No, no, please. You've made it bigger. Don't you dare close it. The Gap. The luminous Gap of unknown origin. The portal from which the Minister of Mass Culture himself will emerge.
So that's it. The Gap in the Grand Lich's official itinerary. Unknown even to enter. Wide enough for a bullet to go through. Whatever takes place inside this Gap, it'll almost certainly be after the ginkgo has shed its leaves.
You trivialize its mysteries when you talk about the Gap this way. But yes, what you say is technically accurate. I also didn't understand at first. I thought it was just some primitive mind games our counterparties were playing. I thought once the Gap closed, the negotiations would begin. But I had it all wrong. Not at all. I've come to grasp that the true negotiations have been with the Gap all along. No one on our side is permitted to know, except for my superior, but they're keeping this knowledge very close. This Duchess, truly extraordinary. When I speak with her, it's like I'm speaking to my real superior. It's the only way I can manage. The High Priestess of the Gap. I don't know her real name. To me, she's only Silhouette.
A cryptonym, meaning.
In the central plaza at Party Alley, there's a little two-seater bar, very easy to miss. She's there every night. That's where we perform our daily stand-ups. Tell me, how did you... It makes sense, of course. Knowledge of the Gap, forbidden to one, such as me. That's what I want, of course.
The way he says it, he's not sure whether that's really true. A rivulet of blood emerges from his nostril. He wipes it away with his jacket sleeve. Shortness of breath, pale, sweaty complexion, nosebleeds, symptoms of hypertension. If he keeps going like this, He's going to stroke out in his 30s.
You mean the gap within me? Would you like some Nurofen? I don't think I need it all anymore. I hope it helps you with your work. If you'll just let me say some goodbyes.
You've wrung what you need from this limp rag. Time to move on. He turns back to the payphone and slowly picks up the receiver once more.
Hello. Again? 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 Yes?
He gives you a brief...
Yes. Of course. Until next...
Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy.
You're still leaking. Shh. The gap isn't part of anything. It's the absence of everything, all-encompassing. Now, shh. Shh.
Warm spittle flecks your cheek. It's
good. I have enough to keep track of as it is.
Warily.
Whatever you did to the hogger, he looks proper sad for once.
Finally, some decency around here. I never tire of it. Until next time.
You step in. The dolphin doesn't poke back, but it might consider it at this point. If it had any sort of brain to consider retribution. You step away from the... He nods to you, kicking his feet.
Don't make eye. I can't. Thank fuck.
The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. If there's a copy of Holocene's novel in Portofino, the site by far the largest collection, is nothing. You return your attention. You're looking for blood-stained something. Deep oracles. As you push your hand between the moth-eaten volumes, something pressed between them falls out and lands on the floor at your feet. It's a blank business card with the letters IOU written across it in blue pen ink. Blood type Hecatomb, 5 Reno marks, penthouse housing campaign, use call box. Private currency of a private citizen, someone who considers himself an entity worthy of his own monetary standard. You tuck the Reno marks back between the books and return your attention to the crooked spines. You flip through, you slop, you turn away. You return to the rack.
I'm saving the last card for nooks of my own, I'm afraid. You'll have to make do with the one. Oh, Prince. Very well.
She gives you a nod.
I'll be here if you...
Bagman gestures wild.
I know all about. Now ask.
The sounds from the... Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Go on. Yes? Very well. You still haven't broken through. You'll find a way through. Happy to help. Of course. Fine. Luck and skill up. You return to the desk. ZWF. For Cascade. You turn away from...
Hello, Cascade. Keep looking ahead, please.
Standing very still at the fringes of the bar, your former double cuts a conspicuous and vaguely unnerving figure.
Well observed. I need to buy some new clothes. Fortunately, no one but you can detect my presence. I confess I'm not exactly comfortable in such a public arena yet, but after the service you did for Miho, I felt obligated. In. Miho looks forward to its collaboration with the opera, on the eternal provision that the opera means exclusively you. And Cascade, thank you for trusting me again. Let's have them. Have another look when you can, Cascade. Please make them quick. I concur. You mean a game of hypotheticals, Cascade? I enjoy hypotheticals. They fall somewhere between fiction and so-called reality.
The narrow space where anything which is not can safely exist within his mind.
Give me the parameters. The what is obvious, zeroing out a major illusion diplomatic figure. Now tell me, how and where? Plot dead on arrival, Cascade. Don't do it. The biggest question in this scenario is, how are you even going to get close to that boat? It will not be docking in any commercial port, and in fact, might not even dock at all. They may stay offshore and send in the delegation via a disguised barge.
You can almost hear the warm hum of his brain as it processes and cools itself.
So, if your plan is dependent on being able to get a bomb on board, high probability you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to have to improvise. And high-grade explosives do not lend themselves well to improvisation. Probable conclusion. You end up having to plant the bomb in some other location, a tuk-tuk or a tram, probably. Civilian casualties abound. Unless you enlist a depressive or fanatic to charge into the boat on a smaller vessel. Neither to be trusted, of course. Say you do. It's still a suicide mission in all but name. But let's suppose you already know that and don't care. The more important problem is that you're not getting your hands on a device with the yield to sink an open water vessel. So, whatever bomb you do place requires extreme precision of placement. Now you're in a scenario where you're trapped with your targets on the same contained location that you're aiming to destroy. Highly unfavorable. Of course, Cascade. That's a sacrifice the directorship of Miho has decided it's willing to make. We put it to a vote. My one condition, I won't work with anyone from the old crew. They simply cannot be trusted.
His voice is reasonable, calm, utterly at odds with the sparks of fear behind his eyes.
Absolutely not. If non-lucid is the order of the day, I would rather pick a vagrant myself. There's one in the Hill of Pigs who claims to be able to hear microwaves. Kindred was already susceptible to all sorts of manipulations, primarily yours. And after a stint in enemy captivity, it might not even be Kindred anymore. For all we know, she's Weeping Eye now. Techno-fascist to her core. Cascade, I myself may no longer be compromised, but everything I said about the crew still holds true. We were betrayed once. Now we are contaminated, cordoned off, hazardous. The shape cannot be reformed.
A lost cause. He's not going to budge on this one.
Though it's unsurprising that his consciousness left some kind of impression upon the terrestrial plane. Maybe it could hold up useful placards in theater. I trust you to find new allies worthy of our assignment, Cascade. Of course. We were sitting in that booth over there. Taxman, Estoc, Virtue, you, Radian, Kindred, me. I'm hardly going to forget the most flagrant breach of stagecraft I've ever committed in my professional life. Even after the crew collapse, he didn't destroy it? Schoolboy error. Though the true error, of course, was taking it in the first place. Oh well. Because it was your birthday. But you're not, are you, Cascade? Not quite. So, along we all went, for you, despite the risks. And why, we'll do so again, in some form. My mind's burnt out from last time, Cascade. Give it a bit more time. I'll be here, Cascade.
Hirsch.
No flyers, no pamphlet. Pick up your feet.
Back again. Fine. Leave him there, for his sake and yours. You deserve each other.
She inhales, scowls.
No, that wasn't fair to him. At least he takes his own delusions seriously. Agreed. Goodbye, Herschel.
love to take a break. With pleasure. If anyone stares, charge them a viewing fee, alright? Alright. Tell me what's on your mind. I'll be seeing you.
Cosmonaut suit. He'll focus one.
Wolf time. You can ask. We know everything. Mom says it's good we spend time outside. Well, we could try, maybe. Do you know any good shows? We love Pelota. You like it too? Viva Kisok. We already watch Pelota at home with Mom anyway. But it was a good suggestion. Well, we could try, maybe.
I've seen those on the payphones. They're fish. Why would we watch fish? Wolves would beat them up so easy.
That sounds like a pretty good show.
Maybe we can try to watch it later, but only when 66 Wolves isn't on.
The girl nods.
Alright.
They have to be nice. Okay?
The children ignore you.
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it?
The vendor stares at you, his expression cycling through its full emotional spectrum in milliseconds. Confusion, then surprise, awe, fear, rage, disgust. Finally, it settles on a profound despair. He stares at the ground and lifts an open hand in front of his face. No more of this. The vendor won't look at you. He recoils slightly as you step closer. He needs time and space. A low, tilting, various sections. The shelf stands, meticulously organized, a monument to lonely elitism. Various sections are separate. The shelf stand. You turn your attention. The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. An official-looking sign hangs to the right of it. You turn back toward the... The clinic's metal door is scabbed. The pins dance for you. Pressure just shy of arrogant. Tension held like a cigarette kiss. Click. No squeal, no protest. Just the quiet pop of metal given into a woman who's done this before. You return to the ruinous desk. Its all-furring inhabitant now absent. The phone and the notepad lie before you, unguarded. With a pull, the aged plastic gives as you pop the housing on the phone. Inside, a terminal board, speaker coil, and copper wires. No security seals, no surprises. The cricket clips easily, riding the line, unheard and unseen. With a gentle press on its back, it's activated. The shell glows for a moment. A sudden emanation of cold sweat answers the thought. Bad idea. You put the phone housing back in place. A plastic snap, the faintest of hums. It is done. Ramses said he'll need half a day to capture anything significant. The paper displays clear evidence of having been balled up in rage and then painstakingly unfolded, but the numbers on it are still legible. 3 numbers, quick to hand and scrawled in rage, for people called frequently from the depths of distress. You squint at the digits, trying to commit them to memory. 2 rows of hieroglyphics would have been easier to memorize. At least those have pictures. You crumple up the note and pocket it. Thick paper, government grade, embossed seal of Portofiero's medical board. Each envelope slit open with surgical precision. A second and final warning for continued deviation from sanctioned neurological protocol and the threat of an upcoming review. You glance at the date. 6 years ago. He kept them all because he's proud. 3 used, 2 capped. The glass barrels are etched with wear. Nestled close, a lighter and a metal spoon. All labelled the same. Midazolam plus oxcarbazepine. The drawer slides open with a wheeze. Inside, a collection of branded pens, scissors rusted at the joint, a pair of latex gloves turned inside out, and a breath minting case. A dozen or so pens, all from medical conventions, some cracked, others with logos half rubbed off. Neurosurge 78, precision is power. Cortex-Con 83, ethics in electrochemistry. Somnoloop 89, the future of sleep, 7 years ago. Each pen a time capsule, a version of himself with cleaner hands and hope that already a near decade-long abyss separates him from. Capital mints, strong enough to banish the deep. The artwork, a triumphant mint in sailor boots delivering a left hook to a giant shrimp. A muted clink, the sound of something moving rather than jangling. A single black pill plops out. Hand-pressed, small-scale production if not outright clandestine. Composition, impossible to determine. Doctors have access to everything, and there's nothing you would put past this one in particular. The possibilities are boundless. A chemical bitterness unlike any you've tasted before blooms across your taste buds. The pill leaves a nauseatingly bitter streak down the back of your throat. You haven't tried this kind of drug before. Shortness of breath, a sensation like the fret of a cramp around the muscles surrounding your chest. Just below your rib cage, Unknown muscles wrench and seize. A sun of agony illuminates your whole being. You have just enough time before it hits to realize this is what going into cardiac arrest feels like. There is no light, no tunnel, no flashback or DMT trip. This really was a stupid, stupid way to die. You return to the room, the phone and the with a pole. No securities. The cricket clips easily. A sudden emanation of... You put the phone house... Ramses said he'll need the paper display. 3 numbers. You squint at the 2 rows of hieroglyphs. You crumple up the note and thick paper. A second and you glance at the... He kept them all because he's... Free you. Medazzalam. The drawers... A dozen or somnol, each pen a time capital, a mute, a single hand pressed, small scale. Doctors have access to everything, and there's nothing you would put past this one in particular. The mint rattles back into the can. The rest of the desk leans forward, expectant. You turn away from the ruins of Gonza's life and profession. The bed welcome. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. Warily, eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic... His defenses are impenetrable. The gang break apart like waves against his rocky shore.
I've got my eyes on you, eavesdropper.
We've got this. We just need a confidence boost. Yes, yes. The whole gang in matching suits. Or one really big suit. Make us legion.
Now, upbraid me for making you wait.
Warily, the...
It's 96 now. There are still day labor. For years, you thought to yourself, it can't keep going like this. And for years, it has.
Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. We seize the unimpressive collection of limbs and retain Jism and twist him to face us. His face spotlit, quivering with terror and pleasure in an ever-shifting ratio.
What's happening?
An intervention. He wavers back and forth between you and his precious receiver for a few moments, before speaking into it, morose.
I have to go. There's someone from work here. I'm sorry. It was nice talking with you. You're from Interior Regulation. Is that it?
MTA's personnel department, infamous for their hands-on approach to quarterly check-ins. His own febrile logic has turned in on itself. He'll believe anything you tell him now. He thinks he's about to be dismissed. You're under no obligation to stop your opponent from making a mistake.
Oh, God, I knew it! This is a performance review. What? This? No, it's just a means of stress relief. I've said nothing. Nothing. But if I could tell you, then I wouldn't be here. No one outside of global situations has any idea what goes into negotiations at this level. The advanced planning itself requires thousands of work elements, proposals, counter-proposals, decision trees all mapped out, hundreds of variables. Ah!
He wipes a wet lock of hair from in front of his glasses. No gang for him, only work.
Gap of unknown origin. The portal from which the Minister of Mass Culture himself will emerge.
So that's it. The gap in the Grand Lich's Whatever takes place inside this gap, you'll...
No one on our side is permitted. The High Priestess.
A cryptonym. Me.
She's our best in Portofino, and the only one on our side who knows the nature of the gap.
The name. The last.
In the Central Plaza. Tell me, are you... How did you... You're like her, somehow.
Incomprehension, mixed with a taste of horror. A rivulet of blood emerges, shortness of breath. If he keeps going like this, he's going to stroke out in his 30s.
That's what this is? A mercy dismissal. Would you like some Nurofen? I don't think I need it all anymore. I hope it helps you with your... If you'll just...
You've wrung what you need. He turns back to the...
Not much to go on so far. Give it a while longer, yeah? See you around, H.
The machine. You're in the clear. You repeat the same. The refreshments.
Lonely.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate.
My consumer. Goodbye.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblems. You reach for the crumpled page.
Yeah? Emmy? What's with your voice?
Instant, no mistaken recognition. The character is prepared for you.
What happened? Did he wind up at your place again?
No need to delve too deeply. Just get to talking about the supplier before she senses something amiss.
Are you fucking with me?
Ice water sobering from the inside out.
The wholesale stuff? With the Azores? Did he now? Oh, he's dead. He's fucking dead. Not only does he have me dealing with that fucking voice that makes my skin crawl, if I complain about it even once, he passes it on to you and doesn't even tell me?
She's drifting off into her own rage sphere. You might be able to suss out one more detail before this call implodes upon you.
Oh, don't you worry. No one is placing any orders. You stay right where you are, Emmy baby. I'm gonna stab the motherfucker in the stomach.
Sex and murder drives coming through muddled and strong. The line goes dead before you can say anything back. There was no chance of getting more than that out of her. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You reach for the crumpled page.
Yes. What is the ailment?
Every vowel turned into a diphthong, unmistakable as Yuri accent. It could not be more obvious. This is him, Gonza's wholesale supplier. For a moment, it seems like he's about to hang up. Silence wielded like a meat cleaver.
Process. Or I hang up now.
He's cocooned himself tight, wrapped thick in threats and demands for process. There is only a slim gap with which to disarm him. Act familiar. Again, silence, but the line does not cut off.
What did you say?
You hear a deep, sucking inhalation precede the words.
Process. Intermediary only. I have not forgotten what I owe him, but he should not push luck. Do not ask more questions. Especially to Driver. Do not talk to Driver. He does not know how to keep mouth shut.
There. Finally, he makes the mistake of assuming your identity and letting drop something he shouldn't. The weak link in the operation is the driver. This does not solve the problem of placing the order, but it is a step forward.
He is honest, and this is rare. I do not want to get rid of him.
A principled man who can't keep his mouth shut. This can be exploited. The receiver is set down with a heavy click. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone.
Love to. Take a break. I'll be seeing you.